Your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit. No, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich. You feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich. You feel me? Filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Hey, it ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get. You gotta get dirty if you're trying to get rich. It's back to the mud, cause you gotta show love to all of the ones who will never see this. To all the little kids with no Christmas list. No TV, no bed, and no food on they dish. No father around, now they malnourished. That hindering aid coming from the government. You gotta get filthy. Fuck a job, open up a business. Haters gon' watch when you kill shit. Every murder case got a witness. Whole block going through the blues. Coming from the bottom, do you feel it? Cause being broke leave a hole in your soul. Put your fists in the air, black folk, if you feel me. I say I came from the bottom, no lights, no gas. You can get robbed, no pipe, no mask. Throw a tea party, don't invite your ass. Now your belly got tissue to wipe your ass. It ain't no love from the government. Every president been on some sucker shit. Young niggas busting shit, no, I'm not loving it. This is the option they stuck me with. Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? Grind hard till I'm filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, filled it, rich, you feel me? It ain't no love for your brother. It ain't no love for your sister. It ain't no love for no junkie. It ain't no love for the pusher. It ain't no love for the honest. It ain't no love for the real. It ain't no love for the loyal. Looking for love, get you killed. Filthy is what you gotta get.
What up? What up? What up?
Yeah.
One time.
I thought it was gonna go up by itself. That's my fault. What up, y'all? We back after the debate, after a party. We got brother Suave Boss in the building. We got brother Quantum in the building. We got sister Shetmek in the building. Hey, listen, man. If y'all was in the other building, you know where all the fighting went down, that y'all know, how amazing it was, how amazing these two brothers showed up in the ring. And hey, listen, this is where we getting into it at right here, man. This where, y'all get to come up, ask these brothers some questions about their positions, what their, what's their thought about how they approach the debate and things of that nature. So, if you want to comments, you're interested in coming up, asking these brothers any questions, let's get to it.
It's the post debate, man. Get that link, man. And the questions that nigga got.
Share the link. All right.
Speaking of, I need you to make sure y'all put that link out there so everyone know that we are in the after party. I'm sharing the link. You share the link. Let them know that we ready.
I got you. I got you.
So, sister,
So quantum. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead. I was just about to go right to you. Go ahead, sister.
I was just going to ask Quantum how he feeling. First debate, suave, hit mute.
Man, I'm feeling wonderful, man. Shout out to the debate Coliseum. The the place was fixed up real nice. I'm sorry I messed up the walls. No, but it was wonderful, man. My first debate, like I said, I've always been that type of person. My history is filled with a lot of firsts in acting, fighting, sports. I've always been active.
Caesar, hit mute.
And was that me?
No,
No, it was Caesar that came up.
Yeah, and so I was kind of, I ain't gonna lie, the only thing I was nervous about was Suave Boss. I ain't that type of person that be trying to knock. I was nervous because I know he's very intelligent. You can see what the debate was, what he brought to the table. Without nothing, he made something, and it wasn't much, but he made something. You know what I'm saying? So, shout out to Suave Boss. And yeah, I'm happy that it was such a great, like I say, the festivities was wonderful. You and Humble Mystic, along with A1, provided the facilities for us to do our thing, man. And I put up, I didn't fly no plane today. I brought in a airship so I could shoot down planes. And I feel like Suave Boss, he didn't even get too far from the shore that he flew from before I shot him down. So it was a nice debate, though. No, for real, though. Thank you, everybody, man. That was wonderful.
Awesome. So, same question. How do you feel?
Oh, there's a lion. Oh,
Just a liar.
It's a lion.
Man, I fucked with it, man. This is really this is one of the refreshing debates. I gotta admit, like, shout out to the brother. Thank you for putting your philosophy, what I'm saying, up for critique. I just hope I did it some justice. Shout out to Shaq, man. Shout out to my brother Humble. I know I gave you, a couple times out there, yeah, Shaq, but you just get to learn. That's me, man. That's love.
Hey, listen. Man, you always had my stomach rolling, bro. Boy, you had me on the floor over here.
My man, but I do want to give props to A1, man, and shout out to everybody in attendance because we ain't shit without the people. I gotta let you know that, man. If y'all not watching us, we not being watched. Now, that's a fact, a quantum fact. Yeah, so yeah, I had fun. It was cool, and the brother stood on the square, did what he felt he had to do, and I feel like that debate got rewatch value, man. So I'm gonna definitely watch it again tonight. Yeah, that's what's up.
Absolutely. It's giving definitely a rewatch. Somebody needs to be sitting down doing the show. We need to do
This man, listen.
Right.
This man, Suave Boss, bro. Your niche is amazing. That's what I have to say. Your niche of comedy. Integrated with your debates that's an amazing niche to have, bro. Keep it up, keep improving, and hey, man.
I'm trying, guy. I appreciate you for real. Yeah. I will improve, though. But thank you.
We're not finna sit up here and act like Quantum Bars or Sleepy Boy. He got a rap song for everything.
Wait, my man Quantum was throwing haymakers, though. I ain't gonna lie. My man Quantum was throwing haymakers, though. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, I love Quantum energy. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I love the fact that, Suave is a guy that when he debate, he's able to make you laugh. He can win the crowd with humor, right? But Quantum got my type of vision. You see what I'm saying? He like, man, listen, I'm here to demolish. What's up? What's up with it?
And he was so good with it. Like, you would never know that was his first debate.
Yeah, no. I'd have never guessed.
Shut up.
No,
Thank
that's
y'all, man. Thank y'all. Shout out everybody. Like I said, shit, Suave, you the one made it like that. I was scared. I'm telling you, I was scared. I had to make sure I had it perfect because I know you was gonna be coming with something.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. That's what I was just talking about. I couldn't tell, bro. If you was scared, I couldn't tell, man. You went in there with your head held high, with your chest poked out. You like, let's get it in.
So
Absolutely.
did y'all give y'all thoughts on the debate chat?
why your
Nope,
face
I
good.
didn't.
No? Okay, let's start. My bad if I'm interrupting. Can we
You good?
start? Let's start with Shekbet. Shekbet,
Yeah,
how did you feel the debate went? You can tell who you think won if you want to, and give your critique.
Um, well, I'm gonna always be the one to say that everyone's a winner when they enter the Coliseum. To me, anyway, East Titan has a place in my heart. It takes heart. It's not for the weak at heart. So, with that, I'm just proud of both debaters. So I can't say that I'm gonna say who I believe won because I feel like they both won just for showing up and doing their thing. As far as the debate itself, um, they just had me back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The energy was high. It kept people going. The chats was moving. Everyone was just active with it. I just think that it was amazing. The information, it was great. Y'all know me. I just love everyone.
Wow.
Bow.
So what you think, Humble? What you think, A1, man?
Oh,
Um, so far as the debate goes, the debate was most definitely an amazing debate. Y'all both brought that energy. Y'all both came out swinging. Um, I listen. I know my name humble, but I'm not gonna be as humble as, as Sister Sheckman. Y'all are both winners in that regard. However, if I was a judge, I would have to give the edge to Suave for two reasons. His rebuttal was top notch. And his question and answer round was he just went in. He went for the juggler. And so, while both of y'all was out there doing y'all things, I just have to give the slight edge to Suave just because um, he dominated that rebuttal round and that question and answer round came out doing his thing.
Shout out to you.
and that link is open if anybody wants to come up and give us your thoughts on what you saw tonight.
Don't come up here and get whooped by Quantum now. Don't come up here and just thinking you can do it with me. Yeah, okay. Hey, he got that shit right
Man,
in the front.
Quantum, it was the wonderful. Like after every question and when Suave will respond, you like wonderful. And when you didn't understand it, it's incoherence. It's incoherence. So like if you only seen how the chat was moving with you in that moment, like do not for any reason become discouraged. Just keep going. Like the crowd was moving and that worked for you. Like
Yeah,
wonderful was everywhere. It was just wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
I'm gonna tell if I may. So in the question and answer round, I mean, in both of y'all rebuttal rounds and y'all question and answer rounds, both of y'all did amazing, no doubt about it. Both of y'all. You know, the only reason why I gave the edge to Suave for the rebuttal round is because literally he pulled one of my moves. Hey, listen, he had the whole debate and he was able to go back and literally recant what was being said and rebuttal in real time. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The question and answer round, right? His humor won the crowd. You see what I'm saying? Both of y'all question and answers, man, y'all both was getting it in, right? It was just Suave when it was his turn. It was just his humor had won, like for my opinion, his humor had won the crowd.
Absolutely.
I'm funny looking. I'll take it.
I that's cool. Humble, I think you might. Did I have a voice changer on or something? I think you got us mixed up. No, no, shout out, Humble. No, I feel you. I ain't gonna lie. when we was in there, I felt good all the way till he got to it was two questions. It was two questions that I didn't never think of, so I couldn't. And he wasn't gonna give me time to form no answer. He said, "I'm on to the next one." I
Yeah.
was so mad that right there. You know what I'm saying? Kind of.
I love your adaptability though when it was when it was your turn and you was like, oh well, I see how he did me. Let me apply that. I seen you try to apply that pressure back.
Yeah. See it as like I say, shit. He came and then like you say, this was my first debate. The Suave boss got that shit. He got that suave and that pizzazz, and like you said, his little nick being funny and saying it right.
Hey. If you need a date, I can hook you up. You feel me?
Hey, don't stop giving me money. That's what's up, man. I appreciate it. Really. I do. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Now,
Go ahead.
nothing.
Where did you feel you controlled the debate? Go. Where them questions at?
So, how do you feel about your performance tonight? Suave Boss, we'll start with you.
Cool, relaxed, man. It was nice. It was it was one of my better performances. I can say that. It was one of my better performances. Information wise, did what I had to do. You know what I'm saying? Didn't have to really like become a physicist, but yeah, it was a great one.
Same question for you, Juana.
Well, I was feeling good, but now I don't feel too good knowing that I might have got beat by a comedian with all of the knowledge that I put up. And if that's what my debate ain't shit if I could get beat by a comedian. So that's all I feel about it.
Hey yo! Oh snaps! Hold on, let me
I wasn't ready for that one.
Yo.
I got beat by a comedian. He didn't diminish Joe.
Nigga need
you
to be
two just being a comedian.
What you debating for $50 for with that $1 million comedic?
Oh yes. Send me your cash app, bro. Send me your cash app. Speaking of debating for $50, I forget. Send me your cash app so you can get paid. Yeah, just so everybody know, if you're watching this, if you are within the sound of my voice, debaters over here get paid $50, win, lose, or draw for exhibition debates. If you think you got what it takes to step into the Coliseum, go ahead and bring it. Suave Boss is at the gates, waiting.
Waiting, man. He waiting.
Yeah. He say he got bills to pay. He hustling over here.
How you gonna pay bills and he laughing everybody out the bill?
Yeah.
You got the whole bill to yourself.
Cause that's all he did.
The rest of Mrs. Screw the fucked up Angelica Diallo in the building. Queen, what's good, sis?
Hey y'all. Can y'all hear me okay?
Hey, Tease.
How you doing, Queen?
Hey, good evening. I just came up here to say Suave won. That's all.
Shout out to you, sis.
No, I do actually have a couple of questions.
That would be great. Let's go.
Hold on, get back on your.
If she's talking, I can't hear her.
Y'all can't hear me?
Okay, you.
Oh, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I know that you were asked this before, but if you could explain to myself and the audience, like we're all 5-year-olds, some of your particular thoughts on your theory, because when I struggled following you, because you used a lot of language, but it just really didn't sound like a whole lot. So if you could like slow walk people through like a summation of your theory as if we're all 5-year-olds, could you do that?
No, I can't. Ask Suave Boss, can he do it?
Come on, let's be respectful. Let's be respectful.
That's as respectful as I'm getting. Lucky is that respectful. I'm not. It's over with. Ask Suave Boss to explain.
Okay. Well, it sounded like she had a genuine
No, I mean, I'm being
Understand.
question. I'm not.
I agree with you. She do got a genuine hate. I don't know.
No, I said want. I said genuine want to
said hate.
understand.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't.
I don't hear it, but
I won't lie and say that I liked all of your debate, but I am curious, like again, because I'm not being funny in the moment. I'm just asking if you had to explain this to people that have never heard it and they had like a fourth grade reading level, could you explain your theory, like a summary of your theory?
No, this is a philosophical set that's meant for colleges and universities style minds. If you don't got that mind, I can't explain it to you. You have to go to a preschool.
Why are you taking shots at
hold
me?
on, hold on. Yeah.
What is that about?
Let's go from you to people. Keep it general. It doesn't have to be personalized. These are guests from the community coming up to ask questions about the debates you had.
No, but I mean,
unless they're getting disrespectful, which she has.
That was very disrespectful because she know I remember the interaction that we had that made her say Suave Boss run. You might not have been there. I remember. I know exactly what you said.
What interaction did we have prior to this?
Yeah, I don't know if you know who that.
What? I think you might have me confused with somebody else. We've never interacted before.
Never. You cool?
Okay. It happens, man. It happens to the best of us, bro. It's okay.
I would if I may say something really fast.
I would love to hear your you explain it again and break it down. Remember I was telling you practice that elevator pitch?
Come to class.
Yeah, no, I think he's genuine.
I will be providing classes. When I get from the class.
Incoherent. Okay, go. You want to ask Suave?
No, I mean that's silly. Come on, y'all. Like, what?
Sorry, I don't know. I can't get it. Come on.
I'm over it. Nah. I enjoyed the debate just overall. I do feel like Suave won. I don't know if I offended brother for coming up here and kind of. But I'm kind of used to that, like hitting the link and, like I wasn't trying to be brother. I was just trying to be funny.
I don't know why he's not answering the question. Like that's what he's up here. You're up here to answer questions from the public. Everybody's not going to agree with you, but as long as they're not being disrespectful, Quantum.
I also just want to piggyback really fast. Public service announcement, right? For the ones up here and in the comments that call ourselves the scholars, the intellectuals, the debaters, right? We should hold a level of decorum and sportsmanship about ourselves, right? So this is what we're here for, So regardless of feelings or any of that, right? If a genuine question is being asked or if something is being posed, right? I feel as though we should take our emotions out of it and let's get to this work.
But I don't think he's heard the information regurgitated, so he could regurgitate.
So are you not going to be answering any questions at all tonight, or is it just hers? I'm just trying to figure,
Just hers. No, I ain't answering no questions. I did a debate. I answer questions when I have class, and then you sit through the class, and then you ask questions after the class. Now, I just finished fighting. My jaw is swole. My eyes black. You coming up here asking me questions about stuff you already know. Talking about act like you a fifth grader. You're not a fifth grader, ma'am.
Hey, man, watch your
since you want to engage
hold on, Angelica. How you doing?
Okay. All right. I'm a mute.
My fucking eyes black.
All right. I'm going to drop you down.
Yeah.
Before you do something or say something that you can't take back tonight, because we've had a great night.
Hey, man, you will.
Okay, sorry about that, Angelica. I sincerely apologize about this behavior right there.
I've had people like confuse me for other people before, but this, even like I don't know. Like, I don't get what the fight is. Like, I thought that, you know, when we do post-debate events that we talk about, like, yeah, well, this is my particular stance. Like, I mean, give me the fucking TED Talk. Like, I don't know why that's a big
No,
ask.
that's exactly what this show is here for. This is the after party. People who are in the league get to come up, give their comments, ask questions, and we further expound. Um, I don't know why
Yeah, I mean,
what
genuinely, I wanted to
set
hear
him
his
off.
response.
Maybe he could just
Sorry.
take a breather and come back up and participate.
Yeah, I
Man,
wanted
But
no
to
way
hear
you
his
drop that nigga
response.
down for that shit,
his
bro.
adrenaline's probably rushing though. The debates
Man,
are really
his eye
exciting,
was
and they
black. They won. His eye is black. He got lips on his
That's what
head.
I'm saying, man. That nigga
somebody
was
has a
serious, bro.
very serious echo. Can we check our echoes here? I can't see who it is.
Uh, Shot Matt. I'm gonna put you on mute for a second. All right. Shot Matt, if you there, can you mute up? All right. Thank you, sister. We appreciate you. But yeah, man, he clearly said he got black eyes. His head was lumped up. You know, don't nobody feel. Hey, I mean, that ain't. Hey, listen, that's why I said sportsmanship, man. You know, win, lose, or draw. Even depending on how you feel about your own performance, you feel me? You still gotta keep your head high like a champion, man.
Peace. Hotep,
But
Abidi to me.
peace to Dick, peace to Dick. I still want to get the sister's
Peace, brother.
question answered because everybody wants him to do that. So
Oh,
it's not
oh.
like he's going to not run into that question. But this is the after party. Quantum, she was asking you to give a summation of your case again. Can you do that for the people who may have missed
Hey, Quantum. I mean, the sister was it's not the same sister.
No.
It's not two. It's two different people. The first sister was the one who said that she thought Suave won. The second sister came on to genuinely ask you a question, and I think we
But
got
either
the two
way,
confused.
he shouldn't be acting like that about like you can't act like that to the guests. Nobody's
Nah,
come
they
up here
both the
attacking.
same sister. They both was the
I
same
mean, am I
sister.
not
She
allowed to say
said,
that? Is that offensive?
And you got
"You
the freedom of
absolutely
speech.
are."
You can say what you want as long as you ain't cursing too much.
Yeah, you can say what you want. I can't say that.
Is there anything else that you wanted to
Yeah, you
add to the debates?
Is it a
Because that
full
Well,
was
moon
yeah,
tonight or something?
So
Like
I
what
did
the
want to
fuck
hear
is
that. And
going
after he
on?
gave his, I also wanted to ask him if he can make a delineation from his theory, however he summarized it versus biological function. And the reason why I wanted to ask that question is because when I'm listening to him, I get a lot of, to me, like just remembering like some theory and discourse about biological function, but you know, homie mad at me. So I'll let y'all have it tonight. Um, I don't even know. I just showed up. I showed up and he ready to fight me. I don't know.
You got
But
you nice sister.
Yeah, Quantum, stand in your square, man. Stand on your square.
You a date.
facts, Quantum, man. Your eye not black, bro. You did great, man. I think you did a great job, brother. To be honest, in my opinion.
y'all
Right,
have a good night.
thank you, Sadiq. Thank
Hey,
you, Sadiq.
Quantum, don't be
Yeah.
hating
For
on the
sure, bro.
You
Oracle, cuz.
No,
Nah,
I
sis,
had
you is
no, I didn't
welcome
never
up
And
say
you
here.
had some good
Like,
points, bro.
don't
You got some
ever
real
feel
good
like you're
points.
not welcome.
Right.
Don't
You got
ever
some
feel
good
like
points,
you're
bro.
not welcome up here. You are definitely welcome up here. And it sound like
Facts.
you was finna go some places that this place needed to go real quick. So definitely anytime you want, you hit that make you come up here and you welcome. Definitely. None of us was prepared for that to happen at all. But thank you for stopping by. Much love to you.
Hey, Quantum, this Hercules, man. So real quick, I just want to say, I think the only flaw that you had was that you didn't give examples, and I think you should have gave examples and with your presentation, breaking down what you were saying, you know what I'm saying, of time order update. You should have gave examples and showing it, you know what I'm saying, breaking it down. I think that was the only flaw. And you know what I'm saying? So that's how I feel. I just feel like, you know what I'm saying, you didn't give examples with your presentation. So people was lost. You know what I'm saying? You was talking about it, but there was no examples, you know what I'm saying, to understand and follow along what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why people was lost at what you're talking about.
Okay.
I'm saying that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Thank you. I can take some constructive criticism, Massa. That's cool. Did Suave have that?
Did he have, I
I
mean,
just
so
wanted to maybe.
Swab was feeding off what you was going off of.
I
You
was
know what I'm
feeling,
saying? He had it, he already had his point of view and how he was going to go. And so yeah, he had his examples and his theories where he was coming from in the first round. He showed it where he was coming from.
what was one
And
of
then
his examples?
he showed you he showed you his definitions and where he was getting them from, and the time and with the dimensions and with the space. I mean, he was showing you the gravitational space time. I mean, he was showing you the definitions of
Did you look at
of
that? Did you
huh?
look at where he was getting that from?
I mean, for me, I understood where he was
From
coming
the
from
website there.
because I mean, I took physics, so I understood where he was coming from. I mean, he didn't specifically have to say that this was the author that, you know what I'm saying, he got this from the author. It's just a general knowledge, and you know what I'm saying, in physics, the information that he was presenting is just generally known. But from your perspective, you're starting off from your original own philosophy that you have developed. And when you do that, you have to give a foundation and examples to stand on your theory and where you're coming from. And I'm telling you, as a person, because I have my own theories and I've done presentations myself, but when I did it, I had the foundation to show people where I was coming from and how I drew my conclusions. And therefore, when you push back, you have to prove, you know what I'm saying, my foundation is false. So when you're doing it with your own perspective, with your own thoughts, I'm just saying you would want to give examples and show your foundation and show that it is standing on something sturdy. You know what I'm saying? You can't knock it off. That's what I'm saying. That you just want to give examples with your theories. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't hope I got it across.
I got you. I got you.
I don't know if you still tapped in, Caesar. You popped in a few times. You were trying to talk. Please come back because it sounded like you had something that you wanted to say towards the debate, and we're definitely willing to listen.
Emmanuel, what you thought about the fight, guy?
Emmanuel.
Peace. It was pretty good, man. I think I had to go probably like 8-7 Suave way. I think it was a clear knockout when Brother Quantum conceded in that question when he asked him, could there be a father nature? My bad for all the us too. I ain't debating tonight, so I'm a little bit where I want to be. But
I'm gonna be
for surely when you hit him with that, could it be a father nature? And he conceded there. I think that was a clear. Let me give you
Man,
the
and I
W.
wouldn't have conceded that.
What
I
did
got
I
on the
concede?
tell me.
What did I concede? What did
On
I
the tell me,
concede?
he'd ask me something like
What did I
that.
concede, man?
You pretty much said you never heard that question before, so you would have to give it to him. Like that was, you know, you gave him
Man, I
that.
would
You
have
know
tore
what
his
I'm saying?
head off. He would ask me
I
something like
don't
that.
know. I don't
But
feel
Why,
like
boss?
conceding
Let
on questions that are
Suave
non
say
Hold
sequitur
on.
to the
based in
title
reality.
are concessions.
Let Suave have said was in reality. So it don't matter about all that, all them theatrics and, and this and that. If it wasn't based on reality, it wasn't based on reality. And the proof of birth ain't on us, it's on him. We said what we said. Look it up. Look the physics up.
Wait, hold up.
Emmanuel, you got an echo.
It's not
Process
about.
needs time.
Well, hold up. It's
Yeah,
not about you conceding. It's not
process
about you
needs time.
conceding, brother. It's not about you conceding. I think the problem is that you couldn't answer the question, and so they see that
Man,
as a you
no, that
concede.
wasn't me.
I
I
could
just
have
wanted
answered
to,
that.
this,
Hey,
I
Big
could have answered
Hurt,
that
Big
question.
Hurt.
I could
yeah,
That's
have
not
this
answered
even
the
a
truth.
debater. Hold
This the
on.
truth.
Silverback, you said
Yeah, this the
we.
truth. Yeah, Silverback Cartel till we all living well. Yeah, this ain't, yeah,
Yeah,
this
shout out
me.
Silverback Cartel. He got a show
He
coming
wasn't
up in
talking about
about a week.
nothing he talking about based in reality, period. And then
well,
and it's a debate. So I when I was looking at it, it was looking like Schwab boss was getting knocked dead. He couldn't answer questions. He was stepping over questions and shit. Excuse
yeah,
my language. Sorry about that. He
Language,
was
sir.
stepping over
Language.
questions and stuff.
like I
Yeah,
put
yeah,
when I
yeah. I just said that because I apologize. Like
when
I
I
said, it wasn't based on reality. Look it up. Everything we say, look it up afterwards, and we're gonna see what was based in reality and what ain't based on in reality.
Emmanuel, you got that echo.
Time and nature. Nature needs a process.
Because one thing I know is when I went through there on my third round and
You
told
wasn't
y'all
talking about
each
nothing.
and every
I
and
didn't
told
think you
y'all each.
won.
Hold on,
I
hold
didn't
on,
think you
hold
won.
on,
Hold on,
hold on.
hold on, Caesar.
I
Yes,
know when
do
I went
one
in, I
mic.
know in that third round when I went through there on my rebuttal and showed y'all everything that he messed up. I'm glad it's real judges who gonna judge it because then they know the premises and everything, and they ain't gonna look at it. I understand the panel and everything. Y'all got y'all. I know all y'all rooting for me and things. Thank y'all. I appreciate you and stuff. But
Man, no, man, they trying to be funny and
hold
stuff,
on,
man.
man. Let me finish.
They
Let me
ain't
finish.
playing all them
Hey,
games
one
like
mic,
that,
One
man.
mic,
They
Caesar.
be
one
One
mic,
playing.
mic,
Caesar.
Caesar.
Hold on.
One mic, Caesar.
All I know is
Yeah,
this.
straight
When
up. We
everybody
don't be
go back
playing
and
no games.
rewatch
I know you think we is.
Caesar,
Yeah.
one mic.
when everybody go back and rewatch that there and they watch that third round, they'll see who conceded what. If didn't none of y'all see his concessions in every round that he had at least two concessions. And I know the judges is gonna go back and watch it. I stated those concessions. Y'all telling me about one thing that I didn't concede. I just didn't answer. He did that same thing in a round where he didn't answer three questions. We skipped them questions. And then one question, he acted like he didn't hear what I said and asked me what it means three times. Like I said, if a comedic act can beat my debate, that's fine. I know this right here. Each and every one of y'all on this panel, if you go rewatch that and really know what concessions is, you'll see who conceded what. And I guarantee you that I didn't concede nothing. If you look at me not answering that as a concession, then you need to go find that question where he didn't and put that on there too, and then mark it down. If you gave him an 8-7, I guarantee you that you go back and watch it, you're gonna change that. I can't take nobody. I ain't gonna get like this because this is just a debate, so I don't want to get upset. If y'all, whatever y'all think, I take it. It's the constructive criticism. Emmanuel, my homie, I know he gonna give me some good stuff and everything. You know what I'm saying? And I don't care if, like I said, I wanted to debate and fun and stuff. It's just, it's the standard ain't the
So
same.
can I respond to
Yeah,
why
yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah,
saying
yeah. But me,
concede?
I'm
The
really like
standard is
that though.
absolutely the
Yeah,
same.
but me, I'm really like that though. But me, I'm really like that though.
Hey,
That's what's
Caesar.
up. I got a question for you too, real quick, Silverback. But um, the thing, quantum, it all is. The standard is what it is. This what we do over here. Your whole philosophy is new, and it's just like I was telling you right after the debate. It's something that you just have to continue to move forward, and then people get to learn and understand. So you can't expect everyone to understand it all in one debate. Just keep going. And for
It ain't
you,
about
Caesar,
understanding. It's about
for you,
reality and about
Caesar,
facts.
for
It
you,
ain't
Caesar,
about
for
that. It's
you,
about
Caesar,
Hold on,
understanding.
Caesar.
for you,
Let the lady
Caesar,
talk,
for
Caesar.
you,
Don't
Caesar.
interrupt
How
lady.
are you? So basically, I keep hearing you say we. So are you following the philosophy? Are you in tune with it? Like how you keep saying
I
we?
am the philosophy.
Okay, you know
What
it.
you mean?
Damn,
I
you
am.
are
Yeah,
absolutely the
I'm a little trip. My
philosophy.
yeah.
brother
I
powered up, ready
am
to
the
go.
philosophy. Yeah,
You
straight
the
up.
philosophy.
Yeah,
So
straight
what
up.
does that mean? You being the
That means
philosophy,
I'm
what does
just
that
saying
mean?
that means it's reality. You can touch me. You talking to me right now.
You sound like you want to get your only lick back. What's good?
You know. Nah, ain't no lick back. You
You
can't.
know,
You. I ain't
look
gonna lie. You ain't gonna
when the
last with
judges
me.
come in, I promise
You
you
ain't gonna
gonna
last with me. I ain't gonna lie. You ain't gonna last with me. You ain't gonna last with me. Yeah, cause you would ask me something about some
judges gonna have
father
to tell
nature
me a
and my
different thing, and they all
you
gonna be
know.
mad when the judges
I
come
would,
in.
I would have got on you. Hey, and I say all of this in debate form. I'm just like that though. I ain't talking about nothing. I'm talking about like that. This is me. I'm just saying I ain't talking about nothing else, but
Line it up.
spitting knowledge and intellectually and talking. I'm just saying, but this is me right here. This myself. I ain't that funny type and all that type and all that. That just ain't me. This is how I am.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
We got different
yeah,
personalities. That's what makes
yeah.
us
I'm just
great.
saying. Yeah, and
So,
I'm really like that.
Caesar, what was your favorite high point from the debate where you feel like people should have been able to touch grass with the
No,
philosophy?
I'm gonna keep it all the way 100. I liked it because I ain't just to get on here and get the even telling y'all that I'm a philosopher or nothing like that. I'm gonna tell you how I feel and what I think and what I what I'm saying, how I believe, and then hey, because to me everything is just up for opinion and perception. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? That's my guy, but I got my own thoughts. but it's still the only ism though. Like he said, Mother
That's what's
Nature,
up.
Father Time. It take it. I mean, that's what it is.
What was
What
your
was your favorite
Anything
part?
else ain't best on reality. My favorite part.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, my most memorable part, you know, because all of it was good. You know, like I said, Wild Boss came. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, the whole thing was nice to me. I'm just leaving it simple like that because I see y'all trying to get me just to answer the question. I liked the whole thing, but the most memorable part was when uh Suave Boss asked him about Father Nature.
Mm. Okay. He asked him about Father Nature, and what was the response? Was it Kwame only respond, or that he asked the question? Which one was
No,
it?
I'm just saying that's like a memorable you know what I'm saying, part for me
Okay.
in the debate because I would have kind of answered a little bit different. You know what I'm saying?
Mm. What would you have said?
So do you feel like he conceded?
No, I don't feel like he conceded. He was sitting thinking, you know what I'm saying? And then like I said, Suave kept moving, you know, everybody, you know,
Do
I ain't
you
gonna say
remember his response after he sat and thought?
I think his response was don't quote me on this because I was coming in, I was, you know, I was gonna live, but I think it was something like he's never been asked that question before.
Can I think about it? Let me think about it. I ain't never been
Yeah,
asked that.
something I don't know. I'm just asking him. I'm
Right.
asking him. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm just
I've been
asking
to
him. It was something
puzzle.
like
So
that.
Yeah,
so in that
I
instance,
recall some
in
too.
that instance, at any moment in that instance, is that
Yes.
him giving possible validity to Schwab's question?
No,
He asked me.
Okay.
That gives it that
no.
to me. That gives it that like if it was a boxing match, like I'm just putting it in the metaphor of a boxing match. That's like if it was a boxing match, you know, Suave just came out of nowhere with a hard ass motherfucking jab. You know what I'm saying? Days a nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask
You
y'all
know.
a question? Do any of y'all remember which? Do any of y'all remember which point?
But I feel like Quantum like was whooping on him like, you know, 3 rounds in a row though. I mean, you know, I was weighing it up like that. You know what I'm saying? I heard Suave stumble up, you know, dodge questions. You know, I heard all that too, you know. It's coming from my point of view.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
just
I've heard
really
that a
coming
little
from my
bit
point
too.
of view,
Right.
just being all out honest and things like, man, wasn't none of that he was talking about like wasn't based on nothing.
well, nothing based on nothing?
You're not being
I
honest. We
said
need to be. If you want to
he
really
said
be
it wasn't
honest,
based
just really
because
be
it wasn't
honest
based
because you're
on
not.
reality.
Hold up. You're
It
not
wasn't
being
based on
honest, brother.
reality.
You're
It
not
Black
wasn't based
being
men
on
were
honest.
talking
reality.
about
You're
perverted
not being
stuff. That's why
honest.
they
Just
like
Yeah,
really be
that's
they
what I'm
like
honest.
saying. Yes, I
honest
am
people.
being
Really
honest.
be
Yes,
honest.
I
You're
am
not.
being
You're not
honest.
being
He
honest at
wasn't
all.
talking
Hey,
about nothing.
hey,
He
hey,
wasn't
one
talking
mic.
about
We can't hear
nothing.
both of y'all at the same time.
He
If
wasn't
we're gonna
talking
be
about
if we're gonna be
nothing. He was
honest,
doing
if we're gonna be
perversion
honest,
like
it was a
type stuff,
perverted
trying to be
comedy show.
funny,
That's what
like
that
trying to
was.
be
You might
entertaining.
Yo, we
The
can't
stuff
hear
he was
both of
talking
y'all at
about
the
wasn't
same
based in
time.
facts. You showed me one thing where you know, anything that he said has been you know, tested, measured, and you know, it's based in reality what he was saying, because the reason I'm saying that is because he can't be based in reality if he says nature doesn't need time. That's
And
what I'm
that's what
saying.
the whole and
Y'all
that's what
take
the
it how you
whole
want to.
argument was. He
Y'all can
never
take it how
did
you
that.
want to after
And,
that.
and
I don't know what y'all trying to get on. I'm just letting you know that's just how I
man,
feel.
listen,
So
that's why I
other
say
than
it's
that, whatever.
judges.
What's
It's
happening?
Yeah,
judges
I
that's gonna
agree.
judge it.
You
And I
don't want
seen
to
how the
rumble with me.
judges.
You don't want to rumble with me. That's all I'm saying. I
We
bet
can
you don't want
agree
to
on
talk to
that,
me.
but
Yeah.
Just break
however,
that.
we still can show that both of them have flaws, actually, and we can show that. And but I'm gonna conceal. I'm gonna be quiet and let everybody go around because I'll go in depth with it. So I'm gonna be quiet on it.
Can I ask a question?
Hey, come over here and do that formal rebuttal, King Hurt. Go ahead, Jose. You got the floor.
You guys are aware that the term nature comes from the term nature and is not strictly a description of the physical world, right? You know that, right?
Absolutely,
Right.
absolutely. But he can see. But his philosophy was restraint to the physical. He said he was talking about the physical time, his physical nature, physical. So I didn't even take him upstairs. I was able to whoop him.
Well, then he picked the wrong topic because it really was.
Oh, that's what
It
I thought.
really was a spiritual argument. It was
This is
not a physics
crazy.
argument.
I can't believe this is
Have
what
you
I'm
all
doing.
around me?
Because Mother Nature nor Father Time are scientific terms. Those are terms that we consider metaphysical, beyond the physical.
Gosh.
So you picked the wrong topic. Definitely.
Absolutely not. Maybe if you would have been at the show, you would have heard what I said.
Running back with Jose did.
That's a higher level. That's a higher level.
Surely.
No, y'all listen. You can't none of listen. You guys are going off of somebody else's thoughts. I'll beat those every time because, like I said, when we get this, when these judges who really judging, who really had to pay attention, who don't have former biases with me because they explained something wrong or didn't know what something was. When we find somebody who just like, he just think he's smart, I think when a real judge this, we'll see what the judge say, and then I'll go with that. The rest of y'all, I know for a fact. I ain't saying I believe this because I don't believe nothing. I tell y'all, this philosophy. You
don't believe in your own philosophy? Is what you said?
Can I finish, Manson?
You said you don't believe this. What do you mean by you don't believe this? What is this?
I don't believe what? I know this. I don't believe anything I tell you. I know everything I'm telling you. You believe stuff.
Wait, you just say you don't believe anything you're telling us, but yet you know everything you're telling us.
I don't believe it. I know it. Do you understand what the difference is? I don't believe it. I know it.
Man, okay. I got you. My bad. I got you. You don't
want to debate. Stop playing with me.
I got you. My bad. That was my bad. I got you. I understand. My bad.
Hey man, you gotta believe to know, man. Shout out to you, but
you gotta believe to know. You gotta recognize to know. You don't recognize.
It's on Suave, Quantum.
No, it's cool.
Go ahead. I'm about to get some. Hey, hold on. I'm back up. I'm back paying attention now. Man. You better get some order around here, man. Y'all yelling over each other and stuff. Okay, he was fun for a little bit. Let's get it back together, man. Let's tighten that. Where my little sound at? My sound effect.
Understood. But okay, no, this is what I was saying. Like, just turn yourself. Turn yourself in. We support you.
This nigga said, turn yourself in.
The
fuck?
I'm talking about the comedic.
Got a bounty hunter on this one.
The comedic.
Yeah. What's your local authority? You close to a fire department or a police? It don't matter. Just go.
The comedic. I am on fire, man. I know it's hard to believe that somebody sit down and can think their own philosophy and don't have to go by African science that failed and somebody else's science beat it. Now you want us to go all the way back to Kemet. Everything lives in Kemet.
Whoa.
Kemet is a square. Kemet is a spoil. Yeah. I'm gonna decipher all of those with onlyism. I'm gonna show y'all what I'm gonna do. I love y'all. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna decipher all of the glyphs with the quantum onlyism lens and tell y'all what they say because y'all don't know. Y'all don't even know what y'all be talking about. When y'all talk about
Kemet, how do you know that?
Because I've studied it and I just let y'all talk and be incoherent. Now, Emmanuel, he be knowing. Manson, Jose, I'll let you
go next. Jose, I know he insulted Kemet, and you feel like you need to cut him off, but I'm gonna let you go next.
I just said don't let go to Kemet. We always end up in Kemet.
I know, hey, that was a personal. He rather you insult him than insult Kemet. You just crossed the line. You don't realize you gonna get him in the ring. You keep doing that. Cut it out, Kwame.
But hold on, A1. The man sat here and tell me he understands Kemet. But when I said nature comes from nature, he had no response to what I just said. Because
did I disagree with what that said? Did I disagree with you?
But you didn't respond.
I don't have to respond. Did I disagree?
Well, I did respond because he understood what I said. You
did I disagree?
You can't disagree.
Well, then, so what you talking about then?
I said the word nature.
Are you trying to make me disagree with you? You trying to make me disagree with you, and I never disagreed.
No,
see the type of theatrics that you guys pull.
You agree, brother.
See the type of theatrics you guys pull because you're not only a shit. Don't worry about it. I'll continue to beat it on you, and I'll show you that you don't.
If you did agree, then I apologize. I didn't hear you agree.
I'm gonna show you exactly what you don't even know. You going by somebody else's belief what you think you say. It's people that can read it, and then I'm gonna go to them. I still got studying to do. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna take pictures of me deciphering the glyphs for you.
You don't have to decipher anything. They've already been deciphered.
No, they haven't. They've been deciphered wrong.
How do you know that?
Because all of y'all has not realize that when it's talking about anything feminine, it's talking about Mother Nature. The way that humans break it down into physical
Let me
things,
stop
say
you.
that they're people and stuff. It's all one guy's Mother Nature. And when they talk about gods, all they did. But listen, you got to understand that when they give them names like Asherah or Yahweh, that's just giving them intention. And that's what takes away from Father Time and Mother Nature, because you give them intention instead of saying that existence is because of time and nature. So you need to take accountability in existence and stop talking about something supernatural is doing something for you and not for everybody else. We all got the same.
That's not what I said. I didn't say that.
Exactly what
all right, let me reply. Can I reply to that?
Say that. Hold on,
Jose. Hold on.
Hold
All right,
on.
go ahead.
You never heard me say that. I said the term nature is not strictly a physical or material description. That is what I said. And if you study Kemet, you will understand what you call nature does not actually have one particular gender. It describes everything. And the earth in Kemet is not feminine. It is masculine, but you don't know that because you don't read. Fertility.
I just don't agree with that because it's wrong. I know that. I just don't agree with that because it's wrong.
Fertility.
I know it. I just don't agree
is not feminine.
Because it's
fertility
wrong.
Fertility in Kemet is not feminine. And you don't know that because you don't understand the symbolism of fertility.
What do you mean?
I get it now.
I just gave you symbolism that
you don't know that.
And you said, give it to me.
All right, Jose. Wait, Jose, hold up. Jose, hold up.
Stick around.
Hold up. Jose, hold up.
To you that everything that they talking about in those glyphs are Father Time and Mother Nature. I'll show you. I will put each glyph side by side and I'll point them out what it means.
You're wrong.
Okay, so hold up. Let me reply. Wait, hold up.
You look through the lens that somebody put in front of you and told you that this is what it is, and you said, "Oh, okay." You don't have critical thinking skill. It's all right. I'm a teacher.
Okay.
Oh, so wait, hold up. Wait, hold, stop. Oh, so this is Ron. Listen.
My name is not Ron. Stop calling me Ron.
I ain't me, nigga.
Stop. Hold up, bro. Hold up.
No,
all right. Okay, wait. So let me reply. My reply is going to be for both you and Suave. Okay. So first of all, when you're talking about what's going on in Kemet, I understand that you do not have a complete comprehension of it. You do have an understanding of what happened, but you know, from previous conversations, and we have it on video.
Kemet, man.
Hold up. Wait, hold up. We have it on video of you admitting that you're saying you don't know certain things, and that's fine. I'm not trying to make a swipe at you about that. You know what I'm saying? So what I was explaining to you earlier was that when you was going into your presentation, you need to have an example. I'm not against you having a different philosophy and point of view. I think that's good. But when you're going to present something, you need to prove it and back it up, not just by words. You know what I'm saying? You're explaining it, but you have to demonstrate it as well, is what I'm saying. You have to demonstrate what you're saying. So that was my point. And so for excuse me, for me as being this tradition, I'm a traditionalist, you know, excuse me. When we talk about time, you know what I'm saying, and your concept of father time and mother time, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused, but whatever. But as it always existed, as it being something that always existed, you know, we talked about this last week. I brought it up that you would have to show that entropy would have failed already. You know what I'm saying? If it was already in existence, there was never a beginning. Then you have to show that the second law of thermodynamics, you know, what they call thermodynamics, is false and it's not true. However, your philosophy and your point of view cannot disprove that. You know what I'm saying? So that's first thing. And for Suave, you know, for people who say that, you know, Mother Nature doesn't need time. Time is a made up concept. I disagree on that point, from the fact that if time was a made up concept, time never existed until we created it, a concept of tracking, these events, then that would mean that things will happen spontaneously. Okay, I mean, you get it, like trees and plants would just spontaneously grow. It would vary. There would be no time for it. You know what I'm saying? I had to write a paper on this for my class in philosophy of science, and I brought this up. I said, if time doesn't exist without us observing it, that means that everything happens spontaneously or it's happening randomly. You know what I'm saying? But you can show trees with tree rings. You cut down a tree, you see the rings. It shows that it growed over a certain period. And what we call time, but it was already there before humans existed. Before humans existed, you have trees that was around for hundreds of years before the first person or whatever. And so what we're looking at, this is just what I think. You know what I'm saying? This is not. I don't think this is a scientific theorem or proof by anybody. This is just my perspective of how I'm perceiving it. I think that, you know what I'm saying, yes, we have calculated, we have formed a way to calculate time and measure time. However, that's just, you know what I'm saying, it's the concept of saying, it was math invented, or was math, always has been. And I'm like, math always has been. It's stuff in the universe that's just natural, and we are discovering it as humans. Same thing with time. We're just discovering it. So I don't mean to be on a diatribe, but I think that brother, I don't
good brother.
Brother, can I reply to that right quick then?
Yeah, Suave. Yeah, definitely. I definitely want you to reply. But I'm just saying.
With all due respect.
Wait. I just want to say to Brother Quantum is that you need to have. I just want you to have more sources and more evidence when you're bringing your theory forth. Okay, that's all I gotta say. Go ahead. Hey, Suave, hit me up, yo. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, shut the fuck up. Now this is what I'm saying. No, man, so this is what I'll say.
Boy, what's not you funny though? Me and you get the cuss, man.
Hold on, okay, my back. I'm back.
Boy, wow, yo, he wow.
Boss, back. Okay, so this is what I want to. Wasn't the Big Bang spontaneous?
I mean, from the Western point of view, you can.
From the African point of view, let's go deep.
Nope. Okay,
so there's a lion. Oh my God! Was a Big Bang spontaneous?
No,
it wasn't.
No.
Okay, well, then what's the difference in the Big Bang theory from the Western to the Eastern?
Okay, so from the African, from Black point of view, it wasn't just a spontaneous event that just happened, out of nowhere. It was something that was thought of. What I'm saying? They knew that Amar thought of in his mind, her mind. They thought of the event. So when the event happened, and then it happened in what we call a lattice. You know what I'm saying? It happened in the lattice field. You know what I'm saying? For the Westerners. So from the Western point of view, it happened like spontaneous. That was it. But from the African point of view, and this is my own theory, and I could prove this mathematically. This is my own theory. The step pyramid is an example of this. It happened in a lattice field. It happened in stages of events. It was quick, but it was stages of events.
Okay, so in the Western, yes, it was spontaneous. In the Eastern, the actual Big Bang wasn't, but the thought was spontaneous.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Okay. So no time. You're dead. Along with him, Black Power. I'm full. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I agree that no time, but there had to be an event before time. Time it wasn't already there.
That's why y'all wrong. Time and nature has always been. Can I say something real quick?
Wait, hold up. You have to prove that entropy would already have happened, brother.
Listen,
entropy would have already happened.
Answer that.
Go ahead.
Asked me that question yesterday, and I got an answer for that. I'm fixed to bring man. Entropy does not prove the universe shouldn't already be ended. That argument only works if you sneak in extra assumptions that ain't even physics. First, the second law is about closed systems tending toward higher total entropy. It does not say entropy jumps to maximum instantly. It says there's a direction. Rate matters. Second, even inside a closed total system. Hold on.
Hey, cut your camera on right quick so we can see you reading. No, not you, man. So the dude that's reading.
I ain't gotta read.
Not you. I'm talking to Quantum, man. Quantum, cut the camera on.
Material. You mad because I got material to read?
No, go ahead. No, go ahead,
I got
Quantum.
material to read.
Go ahead, Quantum. Go ahead.
What kind of anyway, like I said, I'm answering your question. Did you remember the first thing I said?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Second, even inside a closed total system, you can absolutely get local decreases in entropy as long as you pay for it with a larger increase somewhere else. That's literally how stars form. Weather happens, life happens, refrigerators work, local order can increase because energy flows in gradients. Third, the universe is not at equilibrium, it's expanding. There are gradients. Gravity changes the story. Early on, matter and radiation were in a state that allowed structural formations with gravity. Clumping can actually be a part of entropy increased in the gravitational sense. So more entropy doesn't mean everything becomes flat gray instantly. It often means form while energy disperses overall. Now, fourth, your claim assumes the universe has had infinite time to run down, but the universe has a finite age in standard cosmology and equilibration. Time scales for heat death are widely and largely measured over the current age, so it would already be over. It's just a misunderstanding of time scales. So entropy doesn't refute my view, entropy supports it. Entropy is what you point to when someone says time is an illusion. No, entropy is directional. It's the signature of order. It's the signature of ordered update. In onlyism terms, nature provides the constraints that let systems be identifiable. Time provides the update.
That is tattooed on his side. Man is a maniac.
Entropy is the measured arrow that shows that update is real, not a human invention. I'm not no maniac, guys. I don't think I'm smarter than anybody. I put together
okay, well, I'll concede my whole argument if you do this for me. Right now, I'll concede my whole argument, delete every channel I have, and I would never debate again if you could do this for me.
I can't wait till them judges break your heart.
Okay, bet. And then I'm gonna shut up. Then I'm gonna shut up. This is my last thing. Brother Quantum Only, can you show me the equation for time plus nature equals existence?
Yes, I can show you that.
Break it down. Let's see it. Put it on the screen. Share your screen.
What type of shit is this?
Oh, there's a lion.
Hey, can I ask the question while y'all doing that?
Yeah.
Does anybody know how many times the word time is used in physics definitions?
0.
You a lie.
It depends. No.
What I'm saying, and then that's all I'm gonna say. I don't even get
It appears a lot depending on what it is.
Right, it depends. Right.
That's what he just said. That's what he just said.
And I want to fact check that.
Yo, Suave being funny, yo.
Yeah, I don't know, brother. Come on, man.
I know you didn't probably know the exact, you know what I'm saying, like number. I don't either.
Right.
But I know time is used in physics in multiple definitions. So I mean, I'm just saying. After that, you just talking about belief.
I'm just waiting to delete my YouTube channel. I'm one mathematical equation away.
I mean, I'm just saying though.
Boy, stupid, yo. Yo, Suave, yo, we did some debate with you and Silky D, yo.
Silky D.
Make sure y'all go ahead and go there.
Silky D. What I have to do
like your
debate?
favorite video at the argument league because you know this equation finna take them out. So go like your favorite video and definitely subscribe to the channel Because
Yeah,
when
can
quantum come back,
I
it's
gotta see
done.
this
Just show my
equation.
screen. Just
Yeah.
show my screen.
Let's see.
Uh-oh.
I can't wait till I get brought up to battle.
I'm definitely here for a season.
Can y'all
Man,
see it?
share that man's
Do
screen.
y'all,
Not
see
yet.
it?
Not yet.
Hey, Hump, you in the
Mystique,
building?
I just got back.
Oh shit. Let me see. My bad.
Go ahead. I don't see it down here. What y'all need me to share
No,
something?
no, I see. Yeah, I ain't got it up yet. My bad. My
Yeah.
bad.
All right
Let
now.
me post. Let
Yeah.
me.
hey, hey. Oh. He got this stupid stuff stuck in my head. I just keep saying, it's a lion.
Are you not entertained?
Period. Hit that like button.
Are you not entertained?
All right, let's go. Break it
Brother
down, baby.
Quantum, what's going on in step one?
Step one is the modus ponens. Existence obtains.
I'm listening.
Are y'all listening?
I'm listening.
That arrow means obtains.
Right.
If there is time in nature, time in nature exists, therefore exist. Time in nature exists, so existence is. Therefore, existence, if and only if time and nature.
We got it. Okay, we got the equation going forward and backward. Step 1 and 2. Okay.
Right.
Right.
That's good. Okay.
Okay.
Just so you can look at, just in case your
Right.
mind and never mind, I ain't gonna say that.
Right. I mean,
No. Say that
just
shit.
speak.
Put it on
No,
presentation.
Speak from the heart, brother. Always speak from the heart. Just speak out. Just stand on your
Or the
truth.
tumor. Speak
Right.
from the heart or the tumor.
Yeah, just say it. Just yeah.
No, that's it, man. They go to the equation. He asked for the equation. They go to the equation.
Okay. Yeah. This,
So break this down to me. I'm logging into my channel to delete it, but break it down to me. The E stands for.
Existence.
Oh, you answered that.
And I think
Okay, and then the arrow to right. No,
time and
go.
nature. Yeah.
Okay, so the E stand for existence, the T
Right.
stand for time, the N stand
Right.
for nature. What is the
symbol in the
greater
middle is
sign?
and. Yeah.
Oh, that mean and.
Yeah.
Oh shit! And then,
And
how
then
does
he
that
got it
work?
going backwards. Then he switch it around and put the bracket.
That's modus ponens and modus tollens. If y'all ain't in philosophy,
Say it again. Call it who?
Modus ponens and modus tollens, so you can see if the argument is valid and sound.
Okay. Now, what's the solution to that equation?
Existence is if and only if time and nature. Therefore, we see existence, so we know time and nature is existence.
Equals what? What are you doing? No, wait.
What
Do you know what the equation is?
Oh, he don't know what the equation is.
Hold on.
Okay. No, I don't know what the equation is.
Can I jump in for a second? So this is not an equation. This is basically he's giving you his logic. It's a logic definition.
Yeah, no, this is not an equation. An equation has an equal.
This
is
equals.
E with that dumbass arrow, parentheses TAN equals what?
Isn't an equation, guys? I'm done.
It's not an equation. It's an expression.
It's not. It's a sequence of fucking symbols in parentheses.
It's an expression. He's using symbolic logic.
Exactly.
He's using mathematical logic, basically. So the
Wait,
arrow.
it can't be mathematics because it's not an equation.
No,
a lot of things in math are not.
So it's mathematical. So it's the equation. I can't believe.
No, it's an expression. It's not an equation.
It's literally sixth grade algebra.
You guys are just gonna have to.
No, it's not algebra. It's called
Okay.
mathematical logic.
Okay, hold up.
Can I
Hold
explain
up.
it?
One mic,
y'all. Hold up. Can I explain it? Yeah, Can I hold up. explain it? Wait, hold up, Roy Chess. No, this is not specifically an equation. It's not specifically an equation. But this is, but you can say that this is a definition for what I'm saying. It's not an equation by the definition of an equation, but you can substitute it in to say, yo, this is my equation for whatever I'm saying.
this
You
ain't
know what I'm saying? By the pure,
Right.
by the, wait, hold up. Wait, Roy Chess, I'm done. I'm almost done. By the pure definition of an equation, yes, you would say that this is not an equation, but he could still say it's an equation for so and so and so and so because it's holding true. Go ahead, Roy Chess.
Well, it's an expression. It's a logical expression. It's not an equation. I agree. However, he's saying something that's not correct. It's not modus ponens. It's not modus tollens. This is called a biconditional. So if he goes back to the other slides where he had the premise 1, premise 2, go back, Quantum.
It's
so
right.
I don't know if he's not explaining it correctly. So I understand. I can explain it, but he has to go back. Right, so that arrow, that double arrow, is basically
if and only if.
And only if.
Yeah, if and only if. But you could break it down. Go back to the other slide you had.
No, get your own slides.
No, what do you mean? If and only if means something.
I got a question for you, only.
If and only if means something.
What up, man?
What does it mean?
With what you have on the screen right here, with what you have here.
All of a sudden, it ain't what they. Here they go moving the goalpost. I can't do this.
No, but you don't even know the subject matter. You said it was modus ponens. It's not even modus ponens or modus tollens.
I said show the equation for time plus nature equals existence. Show me that.
This is the philosophical equation for that.
Philosophical equation.
It's not an
So
equation.
I can give you a mathematical equation.
I think it's philosophical because the equation would require units of measure. I'm not sure what
It's not an equation. It's an expression.
Yeah.
It's an expression.
Right.
And
I didn't say philosophical. I said mathematical equation.
Right.
Nature would need units of measure. Time would need units of measure, and eternity.
Did I ever tell you that I had a mathematical?
Wait, hold up. You should just put T. You should have just put T plus N equals
I
E.
shouldn't have did nothing. You should have made your own
Should have
philosophy.
shot himself in the
Why don't you make a philosophy?
My bad. I'm sorry, my bad. Ooh, snap. That
Why
went
don't you
dark.
make your own philosophy?
Hey, one mic, man. Hey, hold up.
Angelica.
Hey, hold on, everybody. One mic, man. Hey, listen, I know it can get a little heated in here. Hey, we gotta have some decorum, though, y'all.
I should change it. Make your own philosophy and put that in there, and then come face me.
Yeah, but
I
you gotta
just did.
I don't gotta do nothing.
That's how we got here tonight. I just did that.
You didn't do that. I guarantee you, when the judges come back, you got beat. Guaranteed.
I got a question, brother Onlyism. With what you have with this expression you have here, could you possibly could you rearrange the variables? Like could the T be equal the E and N rearranged, or could the N equals the E over the T, or T under the E, or you know what I'm saying, or could the N equals the ET? You know what I'm saying? Could it be rearranged?
Could you multiply what you divided?
That would be sweet if you could. That'd be out cold.
You can spell Nate. I see Nate. You can spell Nate, Nate.
You could do like N equals like T equals E over E. That would be out cold. I don't know if that's a possibility, but I'm just asking.
This is not math like that.
Right. I understand. I'm just asking Brother Onlyism because it's his, it's his foundation. So just want to see what he would say.
Yeah, now I got my philosophy set up how I got it. I've already sent it to the places I'm sending it to. I can't change nothing.
Fair enough.
I have to go back and change everything. Now, what you can do is go to philosophy, and or you can just sit down and say, I'm just to make me a philosophy, and then you can make those things and do it the way you want.
No, he can't.
Everybody has the right to make their own.
Agreed.
Why encourage him to do that? That's
you're right. I mean, it's his philosophy. Yeah, he had to say on his stuff.
The issue is his conclusion is not. He's not explaining it correctly. It is logically correct, but he's not explaining it correctly.
Well, can you explain it for us correctly, please?
Yes. If you go back to the previous slides, go back to the earlier.
No, get your old slide.
Let's just say for kicks Onlyism. Let's go back another slide and see what Roy Chess can come up with.
I'll show you.
Let's just for kicks. Yeah.
Let's go back and go to the
Yeah, let's just for kicks. We ain't doing nothing else. We learning at this point. We learning, brother. We learning.
Go back to premise 1, premise 2.
I speak for myself. I'm learning. I just want to see. Yeah.
Okay.
I love it, Sadiq. I love it.
So here we have a problem.
Okay.
Right? So the blue arrow is wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The blue, the expression one, there's an arrow in between expression one and
that arrow is not part of any one of those. It's just telling you this is a different form. This is necessity over here, and this is sufficiency over here.
So you mean to tell me the arrows are, you have how many arrows?
Those arrows are just pointing to showing you what step to go from step 1 to step 2.
So the blue arrow is
inside the box, inside those boxes, you see the boundaries inside the boxes.
Yes,
those are the things that count. Stop being.
I thought
No.
we had
Your slide, brother.
Wait, hold up.
You have an arrow.
Roy.
That looks like an arrow.
No, Roy.
Yes. I want to hear Onlyism and Roy. That'd be kind of cool. We hear Onlyism and Roy.
We are all in
But hold up.
Hey, Humble.
Hey, hold on, y'all. One mic.
Humble, do me a favor.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please remind the people in the chat that there is another debate? Let's just go ahead, just for the sake of what we need right now in the Coliseum, and shout out this nigga.
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Let's get it.
Are you not? It's a time.
Are you not? Before we get back into it, y'all, I do want to say this I said this like the third, fourth time. We have to conduct ourselves with some decorum, right? We know it can get spicy in here. We know we want to get it in, right? But have respect for the other speaker so they can have respect for you. And you have to be mindful. There's people out there in the comments that are listening. And so they can't hear and they can't learn if everybody's talking at once. So we have to be mindful of that. We got an echo on the panel, y'all.
Everybody up here on the panel. He's saying tighten up.
That's a fact.
Wait, hold up. Hey, brother, Quantum, yo, man, I just want you to stand on your square. Wherever you at, wherever they come at you with, stand on your square, man.
Thanks.
This is your information. This is your shit. You stand on it. And we challenge, and if we challenging you, you know what I'm saying, don't get upset with it. Just relax and be like, okay, then this is why, and this is why this is this. Okay. And so just stand on your square. You got the information, you came up with it. Now we're trying to basically we're making you better. Basically, you know what I'm saying? For if there's any problems in what you're doing, you know what I'm saying, you got a round of people right here who's challenged you and trying to make you better, just whatever you coming up with. You know what I'm saying? And like I give, for me, you know what I'm saying, I like I said, I have theories and I have ideas. I went on Sonetta, I presented my information. Of course, you had pseudo killers that came out, but I stood on what I stood for and I showed, my foundation. And so when Roy Chess is going over what you're presenting, you know what I'm saying, I'm looking at it as well, you know what I'm saying, and it almost looked like, the De Morgan's law, you know what I'm saying, you're trying to prove. And basically, you know what I'm saying, it's holding true, it's holding true to what you got. It's just, you know what I'm saying, you just have to break it down so they can understand it and where, you know what I'm saying, where you coming from. So you ain't got to move. You ain't got to move. You stand on your square and what you got. You like, yo, nah. This is what it is. And I'm showing you, it's showing you this is what it is. We're gonna, you know what I'm saying, we're gonna try to poke holes in your theory and where you're coming from, but stand on your square, period.
Humble. You got people in the chats that's requesting the link.
Can you put up
Oh
the
yeah,
slides
most
again?
definitely, most definitely. I appreciate you, Sister Sekmat.
Absolutely.
Can you put up
I'm
the slides
sure.
again, please, so we could
That's my
discuss it?
girl, Shake, man.
If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this
Thank
my
you.
way. Now this says the target claim. Tell them what this say, Roy Chess.
I
Hold
don't
on
see
one
it yet. He's not
second. Hold
showing
on
it.
one second, y'all.
Well,
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, y'all. All right, now go ahead, Quantum, and then I think he was talking to Roy Chess. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, Roy Chess, we're gonna start it like this. Tell them what that whole slide says.
The one I see now?
Yes.
That's not what we were talking
I
about.
said tell them what that slide says.
No. You want me to read it? Know the lead, spot the fallacy, run the test. Okay, that's not what we
Oh
were
wait,
talking
that ain't
about.
the right. That ain't the right.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
No,
tell
that's the
you.
right slide. That's the right slide. That's
That
what
is
you
the
need
right
to know. You
slide.
need to know your ledge, spot your fallacy.
Swab, mute out. Hey, Swab, you need to mute out, man. Nigga, mute out. Nigga.
I think
That's
Roy
what I'm
Chess
trying to
want to
tell
see
him.
that biconditional slide that was up there initially.
Yes. Well,
If I'm
the
not
previous
mistaken.
one where the premises were, where he had
Right.
premise one, premise
Right.
two.
It looks like he's trying to go to De Morgan's law.
No, it's not De Morgan's law. It's
Yeah,
not
I
De
know.
Morgan's.
It looks like it could have been, but I think it's just a little few things. You know, if you rearrange it, I don't think. I mean, we gotta see
He
where
has
it
to go
goes.
back. He has to go back to the original one, where there were two premises and a conclusion.
How do I get this
Right.
up? Oh, okay. Hold on. I got it.
Yeah, just go back to the equations that you had.
It was like your first slide up, well, first two slides.
They're
or so.
expressions,
How
not
do
equations.
I stop sharing the screen?
Stop sharing it for you. What you need?
Okay, bet. Okay, here we go. Now I can share the other one. It is.
Okay,
Cut
yeah.
him up, Court.
It's all good. It's all good.
Peace
It's
to
just,
the channel.
it's just
Show
working.
Santa Ava. Y'all better like, comment, and subscribe.
Yeah, that one right there. That one right there.
Appreciate it,
Okay,
Corey.
here we go.
Period.
Sorry about that. My bad, Roy Chess. My bad, guys. I thought I had that. Okay, first we go. Roy Chess can help me because I don't. Roy Chess, can you lock these definitions in and tell everybody what that means? I already tried to, but
Circle E equals existence, reality
Roy
obtained.
Chess, is that Roy Chess?
Yes, it's me.
That's suave, boss, man.
Nigga, don't you got a game to play or some shit?
He's being a clone of Roy Chess right now.
Yeah,
That's a Roy Chess clone right there.
That motherfucker is a failed clone.
Hey,
Roy-
language.
Oh yeah. Damn, calm down. Roy Chess, can Roy Chess hear me? Is he talking?
I'm here
He
now.
said
I was in the
chat.
back.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
I was in the back for some reason. So you
It
have
says
something in the way. You
Let me
have
see.
something in the way.
You can start right here. Tell him what that is.
The definition's okay. The circle is for existence. The arrow is for time. That you have to change because that's
it's not. That's not what that is. Look at the letters. The letters, Roy Chess. You know better than that.
With the E stands for existence. The T stands for time. The N stands for nature. Okay, go.
Wait. The existence of what?
Existence, period.
Okay, well, because the problem that I have with this entire syllogism is that it doesn't actually point to anything in the actual debate. This says that it's a biconditional about existence, time and nature being necessary for the existence of existence itself. But I thought the debate was about that time needed nature to exist.
Yeah,
and
this
vice
isn't
versa.
even in the debate. You're coming in.
Yes.
We're not even talking about the debate. They're asking
What,
something else.
I'm asking because I watched the debate.
Yeah, they're not asking about that. They're asking something
Okay,
else. So
was this syllogism used in your debate?
They're not.
Was this syllogism used in your debate?
Can you continue, Roy Chess, please?
Was this syllogism used in the debate?
Should have watched the debate.
I did
No.
watch the debate.
Well,
No, it wasn't.
What kind of question is
What
this?
say ye, Roy Chess?
So the variables he's using are E is for existence, T is for time, and N is for nature. Go show the. Okay, now is there a previous one for this?
No. Tell them what this says.
This is
what this means.
This says E.
No, what does it say at the top?
The target claim.
What does the target claim mean? What does that mean, Roy? Just tell them.
This means your conclusion, right?
That means this is what we're trying to get to, right?
That means a conclusion, right?
What does that say then, Roy Chess?
You wrote goal here, but it's the same context as conclusion.
What does that say, Roy Chess?
Roy Chess, do you need help? Do you
No, I don't need
blink
help.
twice
No,
if
he
you
don't
feel
want to read
threatened?
it. It's crazy.
No, what are you asking me? Can you be more specific?
I asked you to read it so you can read it in form so everybody will know what it
No, he
says.
can't be more specific.
Right, so I'm reading.
He said
where it says
blink
goal.
twice if you feel threatened. That shit's crazy.
I'm reading where it says goal.
Decorum.
And then the expression that you have is E biconditional, open parentheses, T and N close parentheses.
Which means nothing.
What does biconditional?
No, it does mean something.
What does biconditional?
If and only if. It means if and only if.
Yes, but he needs to go back to the other slide.
No, don't tell me what
All
I
right,
mean.
hold on. One mic,
Go back
y'all.
to
One
the
mic. We can
slide.
only hear one of y'all at a time.
Go back to the other slides and I'll show you what it means.
No, we doing it like this. You read the slides, what they say.
Go back to another. Go to
What
the
do
other
this
one
say?
where you have the
Tell
premise.
them no, Roy Chess. Tell them what this is.
So premise 1 is the same thing with what I just read. So,
What does it say at the bottom right there? Tell them what necessity means.
Quantum. Hey, Quantum. You should be explaining this, not Roy Chess.
Why does it say? Hold on. Why does it say proof tracker at the bottom?
Those arrows was very stuff. No.
This was generated.
No.
This was generated by the guy
Quantum.
thing.
You need
That's
to.
why.
You need to show me the slide that I'm asking you for so I can explain it.
It's coming. It's coming.
No, you need to do it now.
No,
Not on your turn.
no.
Not on your turn.
Elron, listen, brother.
Maybe you can help him out a little
Not
bit
on
on
your
this one.
turn.
Yeah,
You need to show the proper slide.
and then maybe give
You need
Roy
to show
Chess
the
some
proper slide.
critique.
So
Because
hold on one second.
All right, child. Okay.
Jermaine.
Interrupting me.
Hold on. One mic.
Roy
One
Chess,
mic.
like he's reluctant to just dive into it. So.
We definitely want to get some
Don't keep
order
interrupting me.
on the
Hold on one
platform.
second.
So
Yo, Swab need to mute out, yo.
we definitely want to get some decorum.
You need to
Right
move the
now,
slide,
you
Quantum.
have Quantum and Roy Chess working on this equation that Quantum
Not
is
an equation,
presenting.
it's an expression.
Hold on,
Expression
Roy
of an
Chess.
equation.
Make
Y'all
talking.
know
Hold
I
on.
don't know. But what I'm asking for right now is just respect of the platform and us to be able to get through this process where we all come out with some understanding. Let's see if we can do this, y'all. Come on.
So, Quantum, move the slide, please, to the other slide. Where you have premise 1, premise 2.
Read this. Can you read this slide to everybody, please? And tell
Yes.
them what it means.
I'm asking you to go to the other slide where it's obvious.
Yeah, I don't want to skip no steps. I just want to start.
There's no
start
skipping
from the
steps.
very
It's the same information.
All right, hold on one second.
Let's go
Hold
to
on,
the
both
slide
of y'all.
before
Both of
this.
y'all. Hold on, both
What's
of
the
y'all.
slide before this?
Hold on, Roy
Exactly.
Chess. Hold on, Roy Chess, because
Why do
y'all
you keep
going in circles. Hey, Quantum, can you explain this for us, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, go back to the brick wall. You have to explain that slide with the brick wall.
Like somebody in
Hold
tears.
on, y'all. Let him
I
explain.
heard somebody's
this.
in tears in the background.
Let him
Sorry,
explain
yo.
this. Go ahead, Quantum. Explain this.
Okay. This is my conclusion after everything that why I show this first is because this is what we're trying to get to. And what everybody wants to know is how do I get to here? And you saying, what is this that you got to?
That's true.
I got that we have existence if and only if time and nature obtains.
Okay, and where are the premises? Why are you dragging
Wait,
us?
hold up, Roy
Don't
Chess.
ask him, hold up. Let him give the argument. He gave the conclusion.
Hold on. Why is anybody talking except for Quantum?
Yeah, Roy Chess, stop. Roy Chess, stop.
What do you mean stop? I wasn't even.
Hey, just go ahead, Quantum.
He doesn't know anything else. That's why.
What you mean I don't know nothing else?
So what is taking you so long?
Hold on.
He is trying to type
I'm
it into
I'm
the
trying
freaking
so
chat,
hard
the
not to
AI
be-
thing. Please
not
be
to
patient.
listening stuff because y'all keep moving the goalposts. Because I'm trying to keep
Nobody's
my
moving no
decorum. You don't
goalposts. You're just
understand
repeating the same
how
information.
frustrated y'all
Hold
are.
on, both of y'all.
Somebody told me to put.
Hey, yo, we gotta let him break this down.
We are trying. We are trying.
Do it for me,
We
please.
don't have to
Hit
let
me.
him break this down. I'm sorry. We don't have to let him break this down.
Well, let him do it. Y'all.
He gone. He gone.
What
Y'all
happened? Where'd he
free.
go?
Y'all free.
Y'all is crazy, bro.
He doesn't
I
know
just
how
I
to
just
get the
Not
heard
everybody can type as fast as y'all think, man. Like this stuff I'll be talking about. There's no patience in the room.
I just heard somebody falling apart in the background. I just want to point that out.
My back hurts.
There's several people falling to pieces. I don't know if anybody.
And the way he's describing, he's using the wrong
Okay, Suave, you
information.
explain it.
He
You ever
says,
put sugar on a turd and call it a candy bar? Same thing.
Either.
Yo, you can't have Swab on here, yo. That nigga need to go. Swab need to go.
No, he has the right expressions, but I'm sure he doesn't have the right inference rules. He keeps calling it modus tollens and modus ponens, and it's neither of those. He doesn't know the inference rules. So he gave the conclusion, he gave premises, but he doesn't know how to get to the conclusion. I can guarantee you that. Now he may
why
be
didn't you
Googling it
show
now.
him that, Roy Chess? Why you ain't
I was
show him?
trying to. I asked him to
He
go to the
wasn't
slide.
trying to. Y'all kept arguing and stuff.
No,
Roy
I
Chess.
asked him
Roy
to go to the
Chess. Roy
slide.
Chess. Can I ask you something before
He
you get back up
refused
here?
to do it.
What's
He
the
refused to go to the slide
mathematical?
I'm asking for.
What's the mathematical symbol for existence?
The mathematical is there's a quantifier for that, and it's a backward looking E.
Okay. What did he have on the screen?
He had an expression.
Did he have the symbol, the mathematical symbol for existence on the screen?
No,
Did he have the mathematical symbol for nature on the screen?
he had an abbreviation or variable for
Did
that.
he have the mathematical symbol for nature on the screen?
There is
So,
no mathematical.
so can you please cut off your computer and stop acting like he was even halfway right? He's
There's no
delusional.
Y'all gotta
Yo,
remember
man.
that
Y'all
it
don't
is
make my man
definitely
jump
his
off the call after.
own
My
No, he
man,
can't
philosophy.
explain
So
it.
my
He
man
doesn't
y'all
know
jumped
are
how
off
to
the
looking
do
call
for
it.
behind that
something
shit.
that is
Hold on, she
not.
like to speaking, y'all.
Quantum,
It's
come back,
something that
Hold
Quantum.
you
on,
guys are
Sweet.
not going to see
Come
in
back.
the textbooks because it's his
Ignore
own
these guys.
philosophy.
Hey, the
I
black woman is
definitely
God.
want you to come back, Quantum. I
Come
know
back,
it
bro.
feels overwhelming, and it's a lot of people that are challenging what your
No
philosophy is. But
supporting.
it's just like I was saying, it all comes down to people learning it, and once they understand, it just continues to grow. But you definitely have to give it a chance. Shout out to you. I appreciate you, your presence, and everything that you bring to
Thanks,
the
bro.
channel. So
I
make sure you
can.
come back in.
I
No,
thought he was
no.
looking something up. I thought.
Hey, why did y'all let him
Hold on.
slip by
Hey,
with his?
listen. Hold on.
Why'd
Hey,
y'all let him slip by with his explanation earlier? His when he started with the AI thing, when he was asked the question about entropy and heat death, he came back reading something that was talking about the standard cosmological models, right? Which is going to be that the universe had a beginning, right? And then so this is ended up being the answer and stuff that he gave. But if time and nature have always existed, right?
I was waiting to get
Then
on
he's
about
always,
that.
yeah.
I was just
So
waiting.
the stupid freaking AI thing that he read completely undercut exactly what his position is, and y'all let it happen.
I was waiting.
All right,
I didn't want
Swab.
to say anything. I was just waiting, yo.
Welcome back, Quantum. Welcome back.
Y'all wrong, man. Y'all just
Welcome back. This is the after
standard
show, the
cosmology.
after party from the
I just hear,
debate that
I
was
just hear
held earlier
carnage in the
between
background.
Suave Boss and Quantum Only.
That's all I
And
want
hey,
to
if you
see.
are
hold
just
on.
now
Hey, hold
tuning
on.
in,
I
what
know
we're
I
y'all
hear,
ain't
doing
I hear
is
wrong.
the
active demolition in
Coliseum
the background.
version of a recap. Basically, we're taking on anyone that's in the chat that want to come up. You want to hit that link. Tell us how you feel about the debate, and each debater, of course, will answer any questions that you have for them. With that being said, make sure that you hit that like button, you share, and you subscribe to the channel. Click that bell so that you can always be notified that the Titans are in the Coliseum. I'm done. Go ahead.
Can you share my screen, Humble?
Man. That is
Shout out to A1 for presenting for another hot presentation. This was a good one.
What he's trying to show you is
No, he's not.
hold on. Why is this
I don't
not?
care what you. He is not trying to show us this stuff.
Hold on, let me see.
Listen, he appealed to Suave. Stop it. Yes, he is.
No, I'm
Yes,
not.
So
he
he's trying to
is.
use.
Yes, he is.
Can
Yeah.
you
He
see my
finna
mouse
set you
moving?
up for showing this, Roy. Y'all
Can
finna
you
bump heads.
No, I'm not.
can
That's
you
not.
can you
That's
can you see
that's
my
not
mouse
even.
moving?
Yeah,
Hey,
we
you
see
tell
it.
him. You tell him. He
Yeah,
just told you this ain't what
We
he trying to
see
show.
it. We see it, Roy.
Yeah,
You see my mouse moving?
yeah.
Yeah.
See
We
my
see
mouse
it,
click?
Roy.
Okay, so instead of the arrow, I used there was a horseshoe symbol there, but it means the same thing. Okay, it means if P then Q, right? Basically, what the
Mhm.
arrow is. So this inference rule is called material equivalence, actually, right?
Mhm.
So you notice that this is what he had. That's the goal he had, but the premises was this. Premise one was this. Premise two was that. So
Right.
what
Right.
inference rule is this, quantum, when I combine these two things? If I have this as a separate premise, this as a separate premise, what inference rule am I using here to combine them?
And the thing, he didn't go back to the previous slide where we could
No,
see.
this is it. This was his premise. This was his premise
He
one.
never
This was
got
his
into
premise
it. It
two.
was just so
Well, it's
much
not.
interfere. They
That's not.
never.
That's
And
There's so
this
much
was his
going on. Yeah.
conclusion.
no, it's not.
No,
Roy,
you're not listening
that's
to me.
equivalent.
Listen to me.
That's not the same
Listen
thing.
to
I'm not
me.
gonna.
Yes, it is the same
He just
thing.
told you it ain't the
I see
same.
what the
Okay.
problem
It is
He's
the
is.
saying
same
it's
thing.
not the
Y'all see what
same
the problem
thing.
It is
is,
the
He
right?
same
has
thing.
Y'all
repeated
see
it.
what the problem is?
No,
He's
it is
trying
the
to
same
make me
thing.
turn my
No, the
argument
problem is
into
you
his
cutting him
argument.
off while he
I see
talking.
what
That's the
it is now.
problem.
Hey,
He's
That's
there's
the
trying to make
first
quantum,
me
problem.
quantum
Let's
turn my
start
onlyism is
there.
back.
argument into
Do
his
your
He'll come
argument.
homework
back,
on how
brother.
you
He can
cutting him
use
off
my
while he
argument
talking. Let's
like
start
I
there.
used it
No,
when
no,
that
no, no,
Roy
no,
man.
no,
Chess,
no,
Yeah,
let
no.
him,
let's let the
Hold
Roy
on.
Chess,
let
let
Man,
him
everybody
look.
finish.
respond.
Hey,
Right.
one.
I
No,
like
let
Listen,
order,
Quantum
man.
respond.
if you get A1
I
like
like
this, you know
order,
you did
man.
too much.
Let
Yeah,
Quantum
right.
I'm
respond.
not
Let
even
Quantum
talking.
respond, yo. Let Quantum respond.
Yeah,
Let
let's
him
let
respond.
quantum
He
respond.
wasn't finished talking for him to respond. It's not on quantum. That
Yeah,
nigga didn't
he
say I
can't
land my
respond. He
plane,
can't
man.
object. He
No,
can't
he
object.
did.
He ain't even heard the position yet.
He
Nigga, you
asked him
wasn't
the
saying that when all
question.
them niggas was trying to talk. When I was trying to talk a while ago.
I
All right,
was
wait,
trying to
Quantum,
do
go.
something
Roy
else.
Chess,
I'm back now.
Roy
The
Chess, go
hell?
ahead. Roy Chess, go ahead. Roy Chess, finish.
Quantum, this
Quantum.
is exactly what you showed. This is exactly what you showed.
You're a
This
fucking
right
lie.
here
No,
was
it's not.
it
Hey
is.
yo,
It
hey
was
yo,
It's not.
chill
different.
out with the
Watch your
whole.
language, bro.
A1, you're going to
Chill
hell, bro.
out, man. That's they got a special place reserved for me. That's what they keep saying.
Hey,
Yeah,
listen,
you.
man. Listen,
Appreciate
listen,
you.
listen, listen,
It is
listen.
earned right now.
Everybody, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
I
Everybody
was
up
trying
here.
to. It don't
Hold,
matter,
I got
man.
you. Everybody up here always talk about how they appreciate A1 for giving us this platform. Well, we gotta also do our due diligence and show him that we appreciate him as well, right? So come on now.
Okay, the only difference between his presentation and what I'm showing here was that the arrow symbol is not the horseshoe. That's the only difference. So this was his premise one, this was his premise two, and the slide we were stuck on was this, where it's a double arrow. So that's the difference here, right? So there's two symbols that are different from what he was showing, and he's calling that an argument. This is showing you that this tribar means equivalence, right? So this is equal to the same thing as this, right? So if you don't know what equivalence is, it's like me saying 2 + 2 is 4 and 8 - 4 is 4. They have the same value. If the left-hand side has a value, the right-hand side has the same exact value.
That was a terrible example, by the way.
What do you mean it's a terrible example?
Wait,
It
hold
would
up.
be like it, it would it would be, it would be more transitive.
No, no,
It would be more transitive. It's four
let
minus
Quantum,
2 plus
let
4 or
Quantum
4
do
plus
this.
2.
No, let Quantum do this. Let Quantum respond.
I'm just telling you, he's just wrong about the example he gave.
No,
That's fine.
equivalence.
Hold
The
on, hold on.
equivalence
When
will
he
be
land
4.
his plane, hold on, Roy Chess. Give me a second. When Roy Chess land his plane, it will be on quantum. Go ahead,
Right.
Roy
So,
Chess.
the point of that example was that the value of each side is 4. So what are you talking about? It's not an identity. An equivalence means the value is the same, not that the equations, the symbols in the variables have to be the same. Right. So this is what his quantum was showing. Premise 1, premise 2, and then the conclusion is all the way on the left-hand side here. Now, I'm asking him to go back to those slides, and he refuses to do it. So I want to hear what Quantum has to say.
Listen, guys, I have to tell y'all this, okay? This is why I say. Now, those slides that he had, I had a presentation.
No, go back to the one you had.
All right, hold on, Roy Chess. Let me get it in.
So in this presentation, I was trying to show different forms of argument. This wasn't just my argument. That tonight in the show, I gave 5 premises. I gave 5 premises and 2 conclusions. In these premises that I gave, I guess didn't nobody watch the show to write them down, because what he's doing is trying to equivocate a presentation where I was just showing different kind of arguments and didn't even put my whole argument in there. He's trying to tell y'all about inference rules that I'm using when it's not even the whole only argument. It's a standard collapse test. He asked about modus ponens, if P, Q, P then Q. That's what he's talking about. That thing that he showed is the same thing. But if you want to refute my argument, I sent you my argument. Why haven't you said anything about that, Roy Chess?
You need to go back to the slides that we were talking about.
Do none of that shit. I need you to tell me.
You're just
watch your language, Quantum.
You're just talking. I'm talking about the slides that you had.
I'm gonna give you my whole.
We about to play a game. Who's gonna be the first? Who's gonna be the first person to get kicked off the panel tonight? I'm kicking niggas off tonight. We about to figure it out. Everybody get a clean slate. We start now. Go ahead.
Are we making bets? Are we making bets?
Roy Chess.
Yeah, y'all want to bet some bar bucks on it? We'll get the results next week. We'll get the results next week, and then y'all can get paid.
Roy Chess. I don't even want to get paid no more. I'm just finished doing this, and then Roy Chess. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Premise 1. Write this down so you can know all my premises. I'm supposed to give you the only argument. I can't show it. I'm supposed to give you the only argument. Write it down, and then you do all of the things that you're trying to do and tell me, because you ain't never said that my premises, you ain't never said my argument isn't valid or sound, and that's what we're trying to look for when we're doing these tests, to see if an argument is valid and sound. You ain't telling people this stuff. Y'all so disingenuous, but I'm gonna play along with you. If you want to do this, let's write it down and show the people what we're talking about. I'll give you each and every one of my premises, and then you tell me if you can refute my premises.
We did.
My conclusion. Now you didn't. We had a different argument. I didn't give you the only argument. We had an argument about if time needs nature. That wasn't my argument.
No, I mean we did when
we didn't do shit. Go over there.
When I asked you to show me a mathematical equation for time.
He said,
you asked for a mathematical.
You had an argument about time needs nature. That wasn't a debate.
It was
the whole debate.
Do anybody want to try to refute my premises?
Wasn't the whole debate time and nature needs each other to exist?
I want everybody to see this. Ain't nobody said they want to step up, write my premises down, and then try to refute.
Why can't you show them?
You know why?
Why can't you show them so we can see it?
Wait, hold up. Hold up. Was not the whole debate about time and nature?
Let me see.
Hold up.
Let me ask a question.
Let me ask a question. Was not the debate about time and nature needed?
I was involved in the debate, yes.
Was that not the debate, brother? Quantum?
Yeah, that was the debate.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought you said that was not the debate. It was not the argument.
I didn't say it wasn't the debate. I said my argument is not what we was debating. My argument ain't time needs nature to exist. My argument is for my total argument. This is what y'all don't understand. We was having a debate.
Maybe I'm having a problem with the definitions of words.
That we had was, does nature need time? My argument, the only argument, is that for it's a transcendental argument for necessities of existence. Do you understand this?
Can I reply, please? Without getting cut up, without getting kicked off, can I reply?
Wait, hold up. Do they not need each other to exist or no?
That's the question. I thought that was the whole debate. I'm confused now.
That was the debate, but we talking about something else. We talking about my argument. Why y'all trying to talk about an argument on a debate? That don't have nothing to do with my total argument. That was a point of view that I was trying to refute. What are y'all talking about?
Is it part of your argument?
What are y'all talking about? That was an argument that I bring to try to refute his argument. Do y'all know how to do debates and what debates are?
Yes.
Suave, what was your argument? My bad. Suave, what was your argument?
Y'all out of line.
That a tumor is a tumor even if it's benign.
Y'all out of line.
Just because it's not malignant.
If somebody makes an argument, that don't mean that they agree with the argument.
Hold on,
Don't kick me, everyone. Don't kick me. That was my honest answer.
It's funny, man. Oh man, I cannot take y'all. I'm trying to take y'all serious. Shout out Cut 'em Up Courtney. Let me get him up here.
No, I'm being serious. No, I'm being
Being
serious.
serious.
No, I
You
am.
say you a mathematician. I showed you
honestly,
wrong about
I'm being
Bayesianism. I
serious.
showed that you was wrong about Bayesianism, and now you've been trying to refute me ever since. You don't never tell nobody that. You
You
don't
ain't
tell
right.
people
All
that
right,
this
one mic, y'all, real
didn't know.
fast.
I
All right,
gave
real
you an
fast.
equation that you had
Quantum.
never in your
Hey,
life as a
Quantum. Hold on,
mathematician
Quantum.
saw. You
We got
said
cut him
that.
up here
I
on the
got
panel. Hold on.
20,000 bar bucks on Quantum
Yeah, we
getting
about
kicked
to
out.
have to play that mute button real tight tonight. This nigga.
We got cut him up here on the panel. What it do? Cut him up.
Peace. Can y'all hear me? Mic check.
Yes, sir.
War.
Yes, sir.
What's
Loud and
up? We hear
clear.
you.
Peace to the channel. Peace to the chat. Peace to everybody. Are you trying to say existence is predicated upon time and nature?
Exactly.
No,
Yes.
that ain't what I'm saying.
That's what he
Then
said.
you don't have a transcendental. You don't have a transcendental argument.
What?
That's
What
exactly
did I
what he
just hear,
just spent
bro?
2 hours
Hey,
debating.
am I looking at a biconditional on the screen? You know what? I swear, never mind.
Yeah, you are.
It's my fault for having ears. I apologize.
You don't. Yeah, I just heard the man say he was attempting to make a transcendental argument. So, what is the phenomenon attempting to be explained? You're claiming its existence. So then, what is necessary? What are the necessary preconditions for existence? You're going to say something that exists has the necessary preconditions for whatever could exist.
Would you
Hey,
like
hey,
my premises?
hey, Courtney. Imagine time and nature, right? Like things that bend to the
No,
law of
don't
physics, right?
imagine. Would you like my premises?
Everything that exists, right? Like in particular concepts that are non-physical, right? Like even something like numbers, needing time and nature to exist. So the whole premise is stupid. And then he just said it's not predicated on time and nature. None of this stuff makes any sense.
None of it
I was just being funny.
cogent.
I said that. Y'all know that. Court. I think you knew what my argument was when you asked, and that's why Suave Boss said we
If
sit
you
here.
said no,
And Suave Boss said we sit here for
if
2
you
hours.
said no, then the intention of your argument is insufficient and demonstrates the non-necessity of the qualifications you are outlining.
It's therefore not
I
a
can prove.
biconditional.
I can
It's
prove
therefore
my
not conditional.
argument. Would you like my
Yeah,
argument? Would you like my argument in a syllogism, or would you like it in premise form? Which one you like? Want?
A symbolism. I like
Either
that
way.
word better.
a syllogism contains.
Did you hear what he just
You
said?
know what?
Did anybody
You
hear what
know
he
what?
just said?
Yeah, dog.
A
Yeah.
syllogism.
What did I put my argument
Hey,
in
man.
2 different forms?
You know what?
Either one. Go ahead, brother. Break it down.
I had a supplemental question for you. Because I haven't seen the debate. I've heard some of what you have outlined in talks before on the channel, but I'm gonna have to go back and check the debate. Nonetheless, is space? Where's space? Because how can you have dynamics if existence is predicated upon nature and time? Where's space?
Premise 1.
Right, where's space?
Existence obtains. That means there is a real state.
Mathematically, you cannot have dynamics outside of some type of
Hey,
vacuum.
cut him up, Court. You asked him a question. Let him let us explain. We're gonna get right back to you. Go ahead, Quantum.
Premise 1. Existence obtains. That means there's a real state of affairs, something rather than nothing. Premise 2. If existence obtains, then existence must be intelligible enough for meaningful claims, distinction, and explanation to be possible. Premise 3. Intelligibility requires ordered update. If there is no before-after relation, no sequence, then change, causation, measurement, learning, and process are incoherent. Premise 4. Intelligibility requires constraint and form. If there is no identity boundaries or structure, this, not that, then objects, states, and distinctions are incoherent. Premise 5. Ordered update is what I mean by time. Constraint form is what I mean by nature. Therefore, if existence, if this is my conclusion one, if existence obtains.
Hold on, wait, before you get into your conclusions.
Hold on, I'm supposed to show y'all number one.
No, wait. Let's do this in order, brother. Before you get into you just had your five premises. You just had your five premises.
But let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm okay. Just bear with me, please. 1 second.
Before
we get into your number of conclusions,
fucking crazy.
You watch your mouth, fam, before you get kicked, and I get 50,000 bar bucks off you.
Fuck about them bar bucks and shit. This is crazy.
Then cuss again and watch A1 put you off.
Yeah,
but come on, wait, Suave, what are you doing?
You finna make me lose bar bucks. Please stop. Come on, man.
Because he's not disrespecting you. Before he think he disrespecting you, but he disrespecting me when he does it. And people don't be realizing that that's what's happening.
Y'all not
I don't care. So wait, hold on. So wait, hold on. Why I don't care? Because two wrongs don't make a right. Hold on, no. I'll explain it to you while you off the show. Two wrongs don't make a right. You don't get to say he broke your rules, so I broke them too. That's why you about to get off the show, because you think that that's what's going on. That when somebody else breaks the rules, you get to say I get to break them too, and that's not what you get to do.
Quantum chill, man. Chill, Quantum. Hold up. Suave, what is your point? Come on, Suave. What is your point? Why did you interrupt him?
Oh, okay, my bad. Because I wanted him to go back to premise one. He said he had 5 premises, right? We all just heard him. And I wanted, once he got to premise 5, to go back to premise 1. I wanted to see how fast his computer loaded his premises, because
this is what I'm talking about. Suave,
reading, dog. Like, he waited. Once he got to premise 3, he had to wait for premise 4 to load, and then he kept going. Like, look, man. Just sell the book, man. We're bad. It's probably free on Kindle.
Definitely free on Kindle.
Yeah,
it is. It actually is.
Why wouldn't it?
Okay, my bad. Go to your 5 conclusions, brother, or however many conclusions you got. I apologize.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second, Chubb. Before we continue, Roy Chess got something on the screen. What's this, Roy Chess?
That was his slide that he didn't want to show.
All right. What, you want to break this down or something?
Yes, let's talk about this, Quantum. Can you do that?
That's exactly what I was talking about when I was going through my premise. I was just on the conclusion, Roy Chess. You notice, you heard me saying if existence obtains, then time and nature obtain. That's what number 1 right there say.
No, we all heard him ask you to go back to this slide, and you told him get his own slides.
Yeah, because I was trying to. Because
so why would you sit up here now try to present this as if this is what you was trying to talk about?
Because he know this is what we was talking about. Y'all know this is what we're talking
about.
Hold on
1 second. 1 second. All right, hold on, Quantum. Hey, Roy Chess, can you break
Why
this
don't
down?
you take a deep breath, Quantum? Why don't you take a deep breath?
Don't ask Quantum to.
It sounds like you begging and pleading.
You give us your interpretation of what you possibly think that this is the best representation of.
Yes. So premise, can you see that? Everybody can read it. Is it too small? Okay.
Is there any way you can zoom in on it for me?
To make it larger? Hold on. Let me see. How about? Oh, shucks.
No, you did. It's bigger now.
Okay, but you can read it, right? Okay. So let me get the nomenclature out the way. The arrow. Everybody can see my mouse, where my mouse is?
Yeah, we see it. Yeah.
Okay, so this is an if-then, like when I did my presentation, right? If A, then B, if P, then Q, right? This means if, so there's one variable here. You can't hear me? Everybody can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
I heard someone say they can't hear me.
No, you good.
Okay. So let me move on. So this parentheses here is going to act as one variable, okay? So you have one variable here. This parentheses, even though there's 2 variables, it's going to act as one. So this would be the P, this would be the Q, correct? All right, so what he's saying here is if existence occurs, then time and nature occurs, all right? Or obtains, the way he said it. And here he's saying, he just reversed it, right? He kind of reversed it. He's saying if time and nature exists, if time and nature occurs, then existence must occur. Therefore, existence is required to have time in nature. Basically, I'm paraphrasing here, but
Jesus Christ, why don't we just say what it's fucking say?
And therefore,
Hey,
hold on,
therefore, existence exists.
hold on, one
If,
second,
if,
hold on.
if,
Everybody stop. Everybody stop real fast. Everybody stop real fast. Hey, yo, now everybody know that brother A1 especially is a Christian.
No. Keep going. Keep
Oh,
going.
go,
You ain't
never
got to
mind.
stop.
Go ahead, Brody.
Okay,
Go ahead.
okay. So basically, he's kind of repeating.
No,
It's
it's
being
good. I fixed
redundant.
it. You can
It's
keep
being
going.
it's being redundant. Okay. So the conclusion. I want to ask him, how does he get this conclusion? And I want to know what inference rules he's using specifically. Quantum, can you hear that?
He gone.
No,
Oh, he's
I
gone.
removed him from this.
Oh, okay,
We'll
okay.
talk to him tomorrow. I
Okay.
think he needs some rest. Yeah, it's a big night.
Yeah, he's having trouble explaining certain things. He's getting frustrated because he probably doesn't know. So this is redundant, right? So it's not like this is all the slide I showed you before, right?
Mhm.
It was just the arrows were horseshoes. This is called material equivalence, right? So if you combine or conjunct, the inference rule is conjunction here. Premise 1, premise 2 get conjuncted, and it turns into this. All right. So that's what he's trying to say, but he's not really saying anything. When you ask him to explain it, he's saying he's explaining it, but he can't break it down other than this. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He can't break down time and nature. He can't break down existence.
Right.
In a
so
better way.
the last part, the last part where it says therefore, it reads, therefore, existence, if and only if time and nature, you have existence. And
yes.
so
it's basically these two things combined. So if you know what a conjunction is in math?
Yeah, so and that's why I was saying it was getting to, he's trying to like make it, and it almost resembles De Morgan's law, but
it's not De Morgan's. It's not De
yeah,
Morgan's.
I know, but if you like, because if we take it as if existence and time is available, then nature is available. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm getting at? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's saying they're equal. He's saying that the premises are telling you that they're equal.
Yeah, and it wouldn't equal. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't equal if you distribute it, is what I'm saying. If it's distributed to it,
no, it's not a distribution. It's not. You're not applying De Morgan's laws here. It's not De Morgan's law. So if you're applying De Morgan's law, that's where you're confused.
Okay, so okay, and that's why, because that's what I'm thinking about is De Morgan's law.
It's not De Morgan's law. It's just a conjunction of premise 1 and premise 2 combined. So there's two arrows here, right?
Right.
And you notice that the E is on the opposite sides, right? So you're basically saying that this is equal to that, and that's what all this is saying. It's another way of saying the same thing.
Right.
It's being redundant.
Right.
Right.
I
so
mentioned that to him. I mentioned that to him early on from the onset. Yeah.
Yeah. If I say a circle is a circle,
if I may,
it's simplistic. Well,
right. Hey, Roy Chess, if I may, is what you're breaking down just for the people in the comments who may not grasp this. So if I can give an example that's not this, E equals MC squared. We can just imagine that this is E equals MC squared, right? The top part is E equals MC squared.
Yeah.
This is why it's not. There's
no the bottom part of that is MC squared equals E.
No.
There's no.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
it's not quite like that, but the structure is like, I see what you're saying structurally, but not the value. See, the setup and the value is very different because this is not a mathematical. Equal equals MC is actually mathematical, right?
You're trying to make something equivalent, but that's the same idea.
Yeah, completely with units of measure. E equals MC has units of measure. This quality oleism.
No, but I'm saying
right.
So whether you put. So if you put E equal MC squared on the other side and you put E on the other side, it'll still be the same equation.
Right.
That's what he's trying to show here, correct?
Right.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, but and so for me, I would say that
so it's redundant. Yeah.
It's not only that it's redundant, but I would argue against his premises, because in his premises he tells you in his first statements that time and existence always has existed, and there was no beginning for it. And and that's the same. It wasn't just me. I think it was Il Doc, the brother Il Doc, said in the comments that goes against the second law of thermodynamics. You know what I'm saying? And it was Leandre who pointed out that he was regurgitating things that he felt on the internet about the second law of thermodynamics. However, if you look at it, if you you know what I'm saying, the things that he was saying wouldn't stand up. It doesn't stand up because you're talking about something that's always been in existence, and
I don't know.
the second law of thermodynamics goes into entropy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And he hasn't explained how it stops entropy, even though, you know, it's always been in existence. And so it's these topics, it's these subjects that, you know, you would kind of goes against his philosophical thought that he did not prove again, he did not disprove.
Can I respond real quick? Just to be
devil's advocate. I want to go after you, Roy Chess.
Just to be devil's advocate, right? So when you say entropy, you're talking about the disorder of the universe, right? How things have a tendency to
pretty much. Right, pretty much.
Right. So if he were to say time is incorporating that, what would you respond? He can say that that's part of time.
Man, let me get the line.
Part of time.
Yeah, but the thing is that he's saying if it's already in existence, it's always been in existence.
Yeah.
Entropy,
right.
I'm saying that entropy will already have happened.
Yeah, entropy happens spontaneously as time existed. Yes, so he can agree with that. I don't see the inconsistency.
Yeah.
So I got a question here. I want y'all to think about.
Then hold on.
We're
emergent property
dealing
here.
with quantum here, right? Is this the same issue that the scientific community have with Terrence Howard? Right?
I'm sorry, what? Say it again.
The issue right here that we're dealing with quantum, right? He said he got his own proofs, he got his own theorem, and he's trying to make it work. However, we see that there's flaws that we could pick apart, right? Is the same situation that Terrence Howard is dealing with the science community, right? Whereas we know he got his own stuff, but every time he take it to get peer reviewed or something, they always have to let him know, bro, what you're trying to say is not what you're saying because you don't know the equations for what you're saying. You're saying something, but you're showing equations for something totally different. That's what I'm getting here. And the reason I asked that question is because so we know what he's trying to say with this equation, right? However, this equation doesn't say what he's trying to say.
Right. I would say no. I would say no because Elron, you know, quantum, whatever, what he's doing is he's just piggybacking off of the European scientists. You know what I'm saying? Because if you his very first presentation that he did, when you watch his presentation that he did on here, it says the same thing that the Western sciences like Heisenberg them said that, you know, we could describe the universe without considering a creator. And that's what exactly that he said, and that's exactly the standpoint that he's coming from. He's using the same Western point of view. You know, he's not doing anything. That's just what I picked up from his presentation. I don't think it's anything unique because he's coming from the same Western point of view.
Well, formally, it's the same argument. If you notice it's the form of the argument, not the content. The form of the argument is the same thing as the Big Bang, right? It has no difference other than the letters, the variables he's using.
Yeah.
And I mentioned that to him before.
And so this is why he gives me Terrence Howard vibes, right? Because once again, when we are talking and we ain't talking equations, but when we're talking, right, we clearly see what he's trying to say. But when he get into his equations and his theorems and his hypothesis, right, he is simply in a field which he clearly doesn't understand. Because if he did understand, then he wouldn't be making certain mistakes. Like he wouldn't be calling this an equation. He wouldn't be using certain terms in the equation wrong. You see what I'm saying? Things
Correct.
of that nature, we can sit and say, okay, well, you're just simply not qualified to talk about what you think you're qualified to talk about. That's why he gives me Terrence Howard vibes, right? Because when we hear Terrence Howard, right, just like when we hear Quantum, on a base level, somewhat it sounds like, okay, this guy can know what he's talking about. But then when we get to stuff like this, it always come, well, bro, you don't know what you're talking about. Because if you did, then you wouldn't be saying the things that you're saying.
Correct. He did, but formally, this is correct. So I will give him that. He can't explain it is the issue. So he did do the homework formally, but he doesn't know the rules, right? So that's what I was trying to help him with.
How can we tell that this is correct, though?
You can't, because it's not correct.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't tell it. This is not about content, right? So this arguments like this are different from debate. This is a logical argument. This is not the same thing as a persuasive debate argument. This you can test for validity. You can't test the way you guys argue here.
This is the same thing. This is why I take it back to Terrence Howard. Because this is the same thing that Terrence Howard does when he uses words like tetrient. Right? To the scientists, they don't know what a tetrient is. And then he describes what a tetrient is, and they're like, oh, well, you're talking about magnetism. No, I'm talking about, and they're like, yeah, but that's not, you're trying to, you see what I'm saying? And so that's exactly what he's doing here. Right?
No,
so for example, when he's trying to, I've heard him do this. When he's trying to define nature, right? He's putting a philosophical meaning to a objective stance. So he's literally trying to appropriate things to where as though how he want them to sound. He's not taking the honest meanings of these things and say, okay, this is what this is. This is how I could prove this. He's saying, oh, this sounds nice. Oh, this sounds nice. And he puts them together. What's the guy that wrote the Owaspy Bible? How I forget his name? That guy, he did what he did, right? Oh, well, this sounds nice, and it means God in this language, and V sounds nice too, and it means breath. So I'm gonna just put them together and make my own word. That's literally what he's doing.
Yes. Yeah.
He's adding his own content. Understand he's not, because he's not a physicist or a quantum physicist, or he may be a quantum theoreticist, but because he don't practice in the field, he really have no idea of what he's talking about because he don't work in the field.
Yeah, but the thing you're addressing is content. This is a formal argument, so there has to be a distinction, right? Formal arguments can be proven mathematically.
So the guy jumped off the call.
Not.
He's gone.
Yes, I think he's dropped or somebody kicked him off. I don't know. He's not here anymore, right?
He was out of here.
Yeah, but so these type of arguments, which is what I did a presentation on, some of it was mathematical logic. These can be tested for validity and soundness. So it's not just him making up stuff, right? And in this case, he did look it up and he did get it right, but he can't explain it. That's his issue. Right now.
That again,
I could partially agree with Roy Chess on that.
Right, and that's again why I say he gives off Terrence Howard. Right, the stuff that Terrence Howard do is based on things that is valid, but he don't know, he can't explain it because he don't work in that field. So of course these equations come from other valid equations, but he can't define what those valid equations is because he's not a physicist. He's not a quantum physicist. He's never tried to track a quantum particle. So he don't know the terms that he's using. That's why he's misusing them.
I probably would say too that given the comprehensiveness of Oleism's logical, what you call, I guess you would call it, it's not a mathematical equation, but some kind of philosophical equation.
It's an expression.
Given all that's included, given how comprehensive it is when we're dealing with existence and nature, and then how time plays against that and all that, it would almost be considered a philosophical unified field theory equation in a sense. but it's extremely the issue that Einstein had created. That was one of his life's goals, was to create that equation before he passed away. Some say he came close, but he didn't quite nail it. And so it would take several equations, many equations, to build up to create this simplified, unified one. In this case, with onlyism, he may get. I don't know. He maybe at some point he can make sub equations, if you will, and then maybe build up to this one, and maybe that'll help clarify some questions or issues. You know.
Right. And so I feel like you understand where I'm coming from, Sadiq, because when you was talking about many equations, right?
Right.
We see E equals MC squared, right?
Right.
But when you break down this equation, these things have their own many equations to
Right.
attribute for
Right.
certain things that we see in the physical realm,
Right.
right? This equation doesn't have that. And so because it doesn't have that, we know that, okay, this wasn't put together properly or soundly because it's missing steps. Now,
That's
like
the
you said,
yeah. I probably would. And I mentioned that to onlyism. I said, I even considered. I don't know if I know it's not mathematical, and me and only agreed. I said you can't rearrange the as it is, to put in, over E and then equals to T and all that. But he said that's not. He said he wouldn't. He said he wouldn't want to even entertain that line of thought. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, if there's some other sub equations. That would take the form of philosophical logical synthesis, like he's doing there. I mean, yeah, I would be down to hear his rationale or whatever.
more
That's
important than the equations, they have to be right. You just can't
Right.
put stuff together and then like, oh, this is right. No, like that. That's
Or at
again,
least be
this is
able to
why I
explain
give
it.
you
Be able to, like Roy, baby, because
exactly.
it may look like lunacy. No, anytime somebody's coming up with stuff, whenever you're a visionary, we've seen this play out in history. That stuff look like flat out lunacy at a
Yeah,
glance. In
and
almost every case, yeah, I understand all these guys are all Tesla, full
yeah.
blown lunatics. But as time goes on, they begin to explain it, and then have to sometimes simplify it or whatever. And I'm here for it. I want to see, well, if anybody, not just him, but anybody, any of us that would. I'm open to whatever.
My thing is, although he is sad, if I was to take a real gripe with this, my real gripe with this would be him saying he created this. Because the way he explained this, we know this came from other theories, this came from other equations. This and this is the thing.
Right.
He
Right.
may not know this. And I think him and Roy Chess actually had a conversation about this before, if I'm not mistaken. He may not know the other equations that these equations come from, but these equations are not original to him. Now, his idea of saying, hey, I'm gonna create this thing called onlyism, and I'm gonna do it with the this, and I'm gonna try to. That may be yours, yeah.
Right. The
But
combination in which he construct.
exactly,
Right. The combinations are always typically new.
yeah.
But right.
Right. And you know what I'm saying? I agree. Let me just say I agree with that.
Because there's no total creation, but only in relativity's terms that you rearrange different combinations.
What brother
Of logic,
brother
to say the same thing in a different way, right?
yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
So
can hear you.
yeah, I'm just saying that I agree that what you were saying is about coming up with the equations and looking at it from his point of view and explaining things. What one of my professors told me that is that when people get their PhDs in mathematics, they got to do their thesis and stuff, and when they do their presentations, usually he said he was like, usually I don't understand nothing they talking about.
Right.
He said, I look at the math. He said, I'm looking at the equations and what they're doing and trying to make sense of the equations. But usually, people when they do their presentations for their PhD defense, he said you don't even. He said you won't know what they're talking about, but they look at you. They actually look at the work and look at the equations and look at is it making sense?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense or not?
Right.
And so when he's presenting his work, what I told him is that I told him stand on your square when you presenting your work.
Right.
You have to be strong in your
right.
definition.
Right. Fact.
Don't worry about what other people say.
Right. Speak out the heart. Just go straight forward. Yeah.
Yeah,
Facts.
it's gonna resolve itself.
Right.
And so that comes from I guess experience. You know what I'm saying? People
Right.
experience in studying the subject and knowing this stuff. And I ain't trying to, and not, don't want to be not trying. I'm not the type of person, saying throw people under the bus, but we recognize when people done stuff, when you just copying stuff off the internet.
Mm-hmm.
We can recognize it. We recognize it, we see it, and saying we'll call you out for it, but like, look, champ, you just got that. You didn't do the work yourself, and this and that, but that's what it's sad that I think that's what we heading into. These next generations they coming up, the people, it was gonna be more like they gonna be AI scholars. That's what they gonna be, and they don't know nothing about the subject, but as long as the AI and can answer the question, they can get the information. And I think that's just gonna be a disservice, to us as a people and stuff. So,
thanks.
Yeah,
I agree. Have you anybody on the panel ever seen the movie Good Will Hunting?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I haven't.
And so it's again, this is another one of these cases, right? Whereas though a person can do something and they can see something and they can work inside of that framework, but they don't even know what it is, right? And so in Good Will Hunting, I can never remember the guy's name, but in Good Will Hunting, he didn't go to college, or he wasn't, well, quote unquote smart. But one day he was working at a janitor and he saw a physics equation on the board and he solved it. Everybody running around the school, hey, who did this? Did you do this? Did you do this? Nobody ever thought that it was him that did this. He came in the next day, somebody put up a new equation, he solved the next equation. One day his girlfriend was like, well, how are you doing this? Like, how are you solving my homework and this and that? And he was like, yo, it just makes sense to me. Like, it's like Bach, right? He just sit down and play the keys. Right?
Mm-hmm.
All he see is the music. Everything else don't have to make sense. All he know is the rhythm that makes sense. Or for him, all he knew was the equations made sense. So in this stance, right, all the brother know is the philosophy makes sense. Right? He don't know how to put it down in mathematical equations. He don't know how to put it down in even philosophical equations, but he know that his philosophy to him makes sense.
Yeah, and for me, for him, like he said, that philosophy makes sense. But for me, I told him, yo, you have to. It don't make sense to me. It don't make sense to say that time and nature always existed. There was no beginning for it. Don't make sense. There had to be a beginning. There had to be something before time and nature. But his philosophy says that there wasn't. And if you ask him to prove that there wasn't anything, that time it's always existed, that nothing existed, it's always it just was. Can't do it because, coming from, like I said, I'm a traditional African point of view. Mm-hmm. So traditional African spirituality, coming from that point of view, it's going to be new. It's going to be the primordial, the waters. It was the pre-existence before time and space itself, before matter itself. Space did not exist, until it came out of the waters of Nu. So, but when you say that it already existed, there's no beginning, then you have to show that there was no beginning, there was no nothing. And then when you think about it, if I think about it from a math perspective, you could go to, as we're three-dimensional objects.
Right.
But we cast two-dimensional shadows.
Yep.
So we live in a three-dimensional world, universe. Mm-hmm. That means we're cast from a fourth-dimensional world that's cast in a three-dimensional. So I mean, there's so many arguments that you will have to disprove. What I'm saying, and it doesn't hold up. For
me, like, so I come from a space like we was talking about thermodynamics earlier, right? Well, what does the first law of thermodynamics say? Energy cannot be created nor destroyed; it can only be transmuted from state to state.
Facts.
So now, how can everything in existence have a beginning, but the source of the thing not have a beginning, right? So this is where he kind of lose me when he say nature, right? Because for me, I would say essence, right? Or energy, right? Just so people in the science world can understand me. Energy, right? The source of all things. That thing we know was never created, can never be destroyed.
Right.
It can only transmute from state to state. Now,
Right.
that's not a belief. That's what it is. And
Right.
so from that standpoint to me, right, this is why I always make the claim, existence always existed. It may
Fact.
not have existed in the state that we know it to be now, but
Right.
it always existed. How do we know this? Because energy always existed.
No, but it's the same formal argument. You can't use that argument. You can't use that because I could say God always existed, right? So
But you can't prove God.
But it's not about whether you can prove it or not. It's the form
That's
of the
exactly
argument.
what it's about.
No, it isn't. It's about it's a formal argument that you're making, and you're making the same mistake. You can't.
No,
you
so
cannot
here's the
judge.
difference.
You cannot judge a formal
Hold on one
argument by
second.
the content.
So hold
That's
on one
what
second.
you're
I'm
doing
gonna show you
wrong.
the difference really fast. So energy, right, has a literal equation. Y'all was talking about these equations. There's the equation that says this. There's no equation for God.
I can make one up. Why can't
You
I?
can make that right, but that just because you make one up don't mean it's valid, right? There's a valid
No, maybe it's valid.
Hold on
Maybe
one
I can make
second.
up.
There's a valid scientific equation that tells us that energy can never be destroyed or created. There's no valid equation that tells us that God exists. None
No,
whatsoever.
one can be created.
And no, it'll be pseudo. It can
No,
be,
but
but it'll be pseudo.
So it has to adhere to science for it to
But you would have to say, but you have to prove. Wait, hold up.
Mathematically proving is simple.
Uh-huh.
Science proving is different. The way
Humble.
mathematics proves things
It
is
would
not about
have to
science.
listen. This equation that you make up to prove God's existence would have to prove God's existence. So if you make up
Normally,
an equation,
yes.
hold on one second. If you make up an equation, but this equation doesn't prove God's existence, no matter how much you say it do prove God's existence, then your equation is pseudo. That's different than That's different than the first law of thermodynamics. Way different.
What you're saying is that science overrides everything. That if it's not science, then it's not acceptable. That's what you're saying.
Reality can be proven.
Your
Something
science
that is not
you're
a
using
reality
science.
cannot be proven.
You're saying science proves reality, right? Is there anything else that proves reality?
Experience proves reality.
That's still science.
How is experience?
Yes.
It is,
Yes,
but it's
that's
not
science.
classical science.
It is. You're
How?
still using your senses.
How?
If you're using your human senses, that's science.
If I'm walking down hold on one second. If I'm walking down the street and I feel the sun rays on me, that's my experience. How am I using any kind of logical or classical science for that?
Because you're using your senses. You can't do science without senses.
Wow.
You can't use science without senses. You need senses.
Yeah, I mean, I would just
science.
take the concession on that. Yeah, maybe we use the science, your senses. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, but you
We
can't
gathering
say
data,
science is the
right? We
ultimate-
updating the data
science
with
is the ultimate
additional
math.
experience.
That's the point
That's
right
all
there.
fine. That's fine, right?
Yeah, but you can't say
Ain't
science is
nobody
the
walking down
ultimate
street saying,
test.
oh, it's 98 degrees outside because my senses, the way the
That's
sun is
still
hitting
science.
my senses, I can tell the temp. No, man, I'm either hot or I'm cold. We
Yeah,
don't
but
know
there's
the
still-
temperature until we see a thermometer.
There's no such thing as science without using your senses. You can't use
So
science without
answer
senses.
this question then. Okay, you just made a very bold claim. There's no science, right, without using your senses. So then how can you just create a equation that proves God's existence without using your senses?
You can use your mind. You don't need to use your senses. I can think about the equation, right? I don't
That's
have to
not
write
a
it down.
sense. Intuition is not a sense.
No, it's not a sense.
What?
No.
So
Thinking
you
is not
never,
a sense
hold
either.
on 1 second. Roy Chess, you'll be disingenuous if you say no. You've never been in a position where you was completely uncomfortable because something there made you uncomfortable. And something told you walk on the other side of the street. Something told you don't take that left turn. You've
That's
never
not a
been in
sense.
that. That's intuition. That's a sense.
No, it isn't.
How
That's
is
not
that
a sense.
not? Hey, bro. What?
That's not a sense.
So butterflies in your stomach is not a sense. When you get nervous, that's not a sense. You're not feeling something.
You're feeling something there, but thinking
So
is not
that
thinking.
feeling that you're feeling being transmitted into a thought.
No, it's a thought.
No?
It's a signal. No, it's a signal. It's not a thought. So when you feel pain, that pain
I'm on
is
a
a
stage right
signal.
now. Watch this. If I'm on a stage right now and I have stage fright and I get butterflies, right? So that signal right there, right, don't generate or don't have me generate certain thoughts.
No, that thinking
So
is not
why
a
do we
sense.
have, hold on, if that's the
Yeah.
case, why do we have personal development classes to actually teach people how to get over stage fright? Because every time they get stage fright, they start thinking negative things. Only when they get stage fright.
That's psychology. That's why. That's the mind.
Bro,
That's a feeling.
So
That's
is that not a
sense.
sense?
No, feeling is not not
So
in this
feeling,
sense. No.
so touch is not a sense.
It's an emotional. It's an
Is
emotion,
touch a
not
sense?
just a feeling.
Hold
touch
on,
is
is touch a sense?
Touch is a sense.
Touch would be a
So
sense.
if touch is a sense, so when you touch something, what is that called? Is that not called feeling?
No, not the same thing. No,
No?
not the same context you're using. When you say feeling, like feeling angry, feeling fear, that's an emotion.
If everybody on a panel rock out like brother A1 rock out, right? And we go to the malls like brother A1 go to the malls, right? And we go to the bougie, the bougie clothes, right? And we touch fabric. Are we not feeling the quality of that fabric?
Wait, you changed the context of the word feeling.
Thank you. No, I ain't changed no context. I said feeling, touch. When you touch something, when you touch your woman's face, are you not feeling her cheeks?
Yes, but you use feeling as in a fear before.
Hold on 1 second. So
you said fear before.
Hold on.
That's not a feeling. That's an emotion.
What I'm showing you is feeling is a sense.
Yes, in one context, it's a sense, but the context you used before was an emotion, and you called it a feeling.
If I hurt my woman's feelings and she get emotional and sad, right? And she start to express that, is that not a sense? Is she not feeling hurt?
No, it's not a sense. It's an emotion.
No? So people don't die of heartbreak is what you're telling me.
I didn't say that. I'm saying that,
so then
it's not a sense.
Is that not a sense? How is that not a feeling? How can you tell a person they don't feel upset if that's literally something they're feeling?
No, that's an emotion. That's not a feeling. You did it again. It's an emotion. You can't scientifically test it.
So let's get scientific with it real quick. It's called qualia. That's what it's called. It's called a sense of senselessness, right? We don't really know how we feel these emotions, but we know we feel them. We know we feel joy. We don't know how we feel joy, but we do feel joy. We feel.
You can't measure it.
Hold on 1 second. We feel joy to the extent that I'm touching this can right now, right?
Not the same thing.
Strong. You ever won $1,000?
No, actually, no.
You ain't never won. I won $1,000. Let me tell you, I don't care. I don't care if somebody would have slapped my mother that day. That's how ecstatic that's feeling.
How's this one, Humble? How's this about Roy? What about maybe to illustrate what Humble's saying? I put my hand on a hot pot, I touch it and feel it, and it burned me, and I cry. I feel hurt. I felt hurt as a secondary to physically touching something. Could we make that work, Humble and Roy? Okay.
Yeah,
in that context, I agree that feeling emotional would have a context of actually feeling in the same context as touching something.
No, it's not the same.
Though it is contingent on though it is contingent on the previous physical phenomena. I would say there is
the same context. They use this.
I would say that I did touch the pot.
But watch this though.
Yeah, they simultaneously.
And there was a resultant emotional response that wouldn't have occurred if I didn't physically feel the pot. Yeah, I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm just trying to break all of the absolutes. I'm in a lot of absolutes separate. Trying to break all of this stuff up. Right.
Watch this, Sadiq. We can even walk around this if there wasn't a scientific study on people passing away due to heartbreak.
Yeah, but you're going back to science again.
So hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Something that you're saying is not a feeling literally causes people to pass away. That's why it's called quell. They don't understand how that works. But it's a literal physical pain that people feel. Have you ever had a woman break your heart?
Of course not. I'm raw.
That's physical pain you're feeling. That's physical.
It was like being burnt by the pot, a hot water pot.
There you go. So who am I to tell you, Sadiq, that you didn't feel that? That wasn't a feeling of yours.
Yeah, I felt it all right. Yeah.
It was in your imagination.
It was in your imagination, boy.
Right.
She was wrong, man.
Look, you better wake up, Sadiq.
I was toe up, man. My heart was broke like a. It was a very real feeling, but yeah, though it was mental, yeah, it was a
you dodged the bullet. Why don't you see it that way?
Internal condition at the end of the day, but there was again an external ramification, physical, which required physical, which all kind of physical touches and all kind of sensory stimulation. Then it gets back again. See. So I'm laughing and being funny with it, but I'm tying both sides together. You can never really respond to anything mentally, typically, in a physical sense, without your senses being involved in one way or another, and vice versa. You wouldn't really be any utility in having physical senses if it wasn't an internal, how can you say, compendium of emotional source or repository, if you will, to receive and interpret said physical sensory input information. I think they're both contingent on each other in that regard, in my opinion.
No, you're just showing that they can coexist, but
Right.
you're not saying that they're necessary for each other.
Yeah, that's actually what I said. In other words, I'll just repeat it again. If I use the hot pot thing, me touching that pot would be me touching that pot would be meaningless to preserve my physical anatomy if my mind wouldn't tell me it actually hurt. If I didn't feel some type of pain, if you will, if I didn't feel hurt and begin to ultimately express some emotion, but because I wouldn't have my senses wouldn't work properly. We've seen that condition before where people just burn their hands and just burn their fingers off. And so my internal condition, my internal congenital innate sensory system in the brain and from the immaterial mental plane wouldn't be able to interpret the sensory perceptions sourced from the external world, right? And so we see these conditions. People have their entire foot chopped off, and they just keep walking. They'll bite their fingers, and they'll be biting the tip of their fingers off or whatever because they don't feel pain. That would be to show you the pathophysiology, as physiological ramifications of breaking those two apart if they're not innate. They're innately tied together. Now, I'm not gonna go back and forth about, Roy saying, man, hey man, if you feel that pot, man, that's not emotional. Not in itself, because that's a solely an isolated condition where you're actually physically touching. What your feelings got to do with that? See what I'm saying? See, now I would just say, whatever, but if it hurt, I'm going to emotionally feel some type of way.
That totally is. And here's the thing, though, Sadiq. Imagine if we didn't have those emotions.
Right. If you go to breaking things up, then it gets very bizarre. Things get very weird when you go to breaking things.
We wouldn't have a fear of anything. We'll be falling off of buildings.
Right. And that's a point. That's the reason I was making that the rationale as such. If you go to breaking them two up, the physical from the immaterial, man, you'll see some weird. We see strange things in the medical world. You see some strange shit, man. But yeah, I just want to I didn't want to derail the conversation. Please proceed, guys.
Right on point with it. You're right on point with it.
That's a good point. I piggyback to when we say that you can't prove, the creator existed. From traditional African perspective, spirituality, you can, because if we think about it, when they said, saying in the beginning, when the ancestors said, Setepi in the beginning, it was just noon. You're talking about we're talking about time, not even time, an existence before space and time. And if there was no such thing as a creator, then there would just be that stability, and that singularity would never happen. But there had to be something to act upon the singularity to create that, to act upon that not to act upon the noon,
Right. I see what you're saying.
create the singularity. There had to be something, and the ancestors say it was the vibration, that spoke the universe into existence.
Now,
And so, wait, hold up. And
go ahead.
so, and then if you want a mathematical explanation of that, that models the Dirac equation, because at every point on say if we put it on a map, put it on a grid or whatever, at every point is zero. There's nothing going on. But the Dirac equation describes that at a single point, it shoots up, and that's the singularity. That's when the universe was created, and our universe, came into existence at that point. You know what I'm saying? And so that would never have happened if there was not a force to react upon noon itself,
Facts.
to create that
Right.
singularity.
Exactly.
And
Facts.
therefore, there had to be
It has to be something. Right. It's
there
never
had to
just
be
a totally.
something
Yeah. Right.
to
That's
bring it
always the
into
case.
existence.
Right.
Now,
To disturb the
if
quote
I may
perfection
really
or the
fast, right?
disturb the absolute.
Here's the thing about that. If I may really fast, let's take it back to science, right? We was just talking about energy, never being created, never being destroyed, transmute from state to state, right? Vibration is always. Everything vibrates, nothing rests, right? So if there was never a time where there was never not a vibration, if vibration just started peaking at different frequencies and emerging new forms of what we call existence at different frequencies, right? Then how could we say that, oh, well, there have to be a creator for existence to exist? We know both of the fundamental things, right, that make up all of existence: energy and vibration. Both of these things were always in existence. They never came into being. In fact, it's impossible for them to come into being. And so, because we know this, we can't then turn around and was like, well, something created this. No, nothing created that. We can't say something created that because we know it did. Well, something brought this into being. No, it didn't, because it was always here. If something brought it into being, then we would have known that something brought it into being. It was always here. So I think people try to wrestle with that and then try to, oh, well, because we don't know and because it's that. But if we just simply understand what these things is that we talk about, and again, how to put them in their appropriate places, I think we can grasp an understanding even without telescopes, right? Okay, well, they say, well, the early form of the universe was plasma and things. All of that is a certain frequency. All of that is vibrating and moving in a certain manner and wave. The star clouds is clustering, and the galaxy clouds are clustering. That's making stars, and in there, and then they're branching off and making planets, and then they're branching off and making moons. We see the same thing happening here, right? When we have children in humankind, and then they branch off and have their own family, and then they branch off. Like, when we look at life and we really understand that energy and vibration is what makes up existence, all of the other hypotheses and all this other stuff goes down the drain. And a couple of scientists were hitting the brink, right? Because they don't want to sound spooky, right? In science, they have to have everything down to a cube. I think Roy Chess always chastised science for this, right? It have to be measurable. It have to make sense. It have to be logic. But one thing I will say, science hit a wall when it kicked out philosophy, because during that time they stopped asking important questions. They stopped asking what's beyond the physical. Whereas our philosophy, they wanted to know what was beyond the physical because they knew it was something beyond the physical because we experience things beyond the physical all the time. We just can't, it's not physical. So we can't grasp it. We can't get a tangible understanding of what it is. We know how to use it and how it works and how to maneuver with it, but we don't know what it is. We don't know what it look like. We don't know what it smell like. We don't know how big it is. We don't know how short it is. We don't know any of those things. And so that confuses us about life. But this is why peace be still. Right? Because a still mind is a healthy mind. A still mind is an enlightened mind. And when you are still, when you're enlightened, right, things make sense. You know what I'm saying? You're able to explain these things because they make sense. You don't have to go out here and make up your own stuff to try to make life make sense. Life is under no obligation to make sense to you.
Not right. I mean, I see what you're coming from. However, like what the ancestor was explaining to us was that for in order for our universe to come into existence, there had to be something to bring it into existence. Right. And so that logic is what you can describe as a wave function, and noon is the potential for everything in the universe to be. Because when they described noon, they didn't say, they said it was a murky, they said it was this murky, watery abyss that obtained the millions of Netaru.
Yeah, it's what we today call dark energy or dark matter, whatever they want to call the dark.
But I'm saying though, it was it was a stable state. It was in a stable state, and in order for it to stay at that stable state, it would remain at zero. However, they said that Ama spoke the universe to exist. That means it acted upon noon. So acting upon noon means that there was something to create the singularity. It didn't just happen by itself, because if it was just random, if it was just nothing, if it was just random, then the singularity will more likely not have happened, because it would just be stating that it was stayed at zero. If there was nothing at all in the universe to act upon it, or before our universe. So what we're saying is that in order, so to show that there was something before our universe, before that, noon existed. And when they say that time and matter, when people say that there was nothing, time and matter was always existed. Okay, I will agree with that. If you're saying that it existed in a different form, in a different state, because time and matter would have existed in noon in a different state than it is in our universe itself right now, because it would have came out of that point out of noon and into our different units. But that means it would have already existed. It was already there. The potential of our universe was already there in noon. And so
it hurt. I was about to jump on you. I thought you was about to call noon a god, bro.
So what they said is that there was something that acted upon noon to create the singularity, to bring our universe into existence. And that what act upon it is the creator itself, an energy, a force that we don't know, that you cannot describe, because we wasn't there.
Right. And that's why, here's the thing. This is why we have to bring things practical for a minute, bro. When we look at life and we just observe life, right? We know life procreates. And when life procreate, the next generation is a copy of the previous generation, right? And so when we're understanding the beginning before beginning, as we would like to call it, right? It just like Brother Hurt was saying, right? We know it had to be something here before the beginning because you know, and so it get down to how we really perceive life, like practical. Like like a lot of people even put a lot of this study over their experience in life, like even just walking down the street, the things that you notice just walking down, the things that you notice by just watching a tree grow, right? And the thing that we notice is life emerge in all different forms, not just one form.
Right.
And so because life emerged, but watch this, we never see what life look like. We just see the shadows of life. When we looking at the animals and the trees and ourselves, we are the shadows of life. We are not life itself. We've never seen life itself. Because every life itself needs something physical to exist on this physical plane. So that's the shadow that we're chasing. It's called life. See, people want to put all these
Someone,
like
yeah, as it pertains to
called
physicality
life. Yeah,
against the unseen, right? True, true.
exactly.
Yeah, you can never
We can
absolutely, as I
experience
explained it in
it.
my circles, you can never totally see.
Yeah,
Like if we met each other in person, I would never totally, absolutely get to know you in your fullness because I would only see your physicality or your avatar. There's
yeah,
a whole most of what we could say most of you. It's not here, so to speak, in the 3D realm, so to speak. We never totally see each other at all, our family members or anything.
right.
You know,
Yeah,
so, yeah, so I can agree in that regard. You're right. Facts, bro.
and it's just like even when you were saying that, right? Um, when we go outside, right? We have to really take into account, right? We only see what 0.123% of the light spectrum.
Right. Less than 1%.
When we go outside,
Facts.
do you know how much of life we missing? Because we just simply can't just see it optically.
Right.
We can only hear a certain frequency range. So when we go outside, you know how much of life we're missing just because we can't hear it?
We're essentially blind.
Exactly. Now, because we can't experience those things, does that mean they're not there?
Nope.
Absolutely not. Because dogs can see things we can't.
Fact.
Jellyfish and birds, they see in wavelengths of light that we
Right.
can't.
And hear at wavelengths we can't
And
hear it.
hear at wavelengths that
Right.
we can, and
Right.
smell
Facts.
miles beyond what we can smell.
Right.
And so what we really have to understand is the most important thing about this life is managing this life. All the other stuff, the quantum going out there, if you going anywhere, you should be going within.
Fact.
If you ain't going within, then you going down the wrong road. If you going anywhere.
That's what I got in my meditations through the years.
Mhm.
I remember one day, one in particular, one profound particular, man. It was several, many meditative states I had started on as I sojourned, starting around 2015 or so, 16. And it intensified between 16, 17, and 18, 19, and so forth. But around 17, 18, a few sessions in between there. One particular day or night, rather, I went in deep. And so I was at that time, I was pretty, I would say pretty mundane, you know, pretty, mentally dead, programmed and all this other stuff. But yet I was fed up with, mundanity and, I just living in a profane life, if you will. And so, in the long story short, I kept asking. I would go into meditation, deep states, and try to find out the answers to physical phenomena. You know, wow, what's this and what's that? Where's it? Where can I find my person? What's the shape of the earth and all this other stuff? One day, I was given an impression to forget the shape, but I kept pushing the shape of the earth at this one particular time. I said, "What's the shape of the earth? You know, what's this?" And silence. There's no answer. I just kept pushing it. What's the shape of the earth? It's a globe, isn't it? It's round, right? No answer. Kept pushing it. Pushed it a third time. I got rejected. And I said, you know, it's a globe. Got rejected hard. It was like 3 times harder. The second time I was like, okay. I probably need to keep thinking. Need to keep pushing that. And so, the resultant impression and intuitive response I got was, forget you all the way out of space. You trying to go all the way out. You trying to go as far as you trying to worry about the extents of a illusory context out in the middle of nowhere that may or may not exist. Do you know who you are? It didn't say that, but you could feel it. For those who are in the they know what I mean. And so I didn't ask you. I didn't think it again to it that it was around her. When it said, "Do you know who you are?" I was like, "No." I immediately surrendered. No. So once you find out once you find out who you are, then and only then will you find out the shape of the earth. Damn! Blew my grill out. Blew my grill all the way out. Yep. So, and I could go more into that, but it's very interesting. That was a very profound meditative session. So, to my brother's point, yeah, you have to go internally to find out. As they say, if you want to know what's out there, you want to break out of the physical world, you have to go in to break out, right? Yeah.
No,
Very
that's definitely a
interesting.
fact. That's most definitely a fact. I had a couple, man, those type of sessions be the best when you go in,
Man.
get
Oh,
a sense
bro.
of clarity. It's so funny because we was talking about feeling earlier, right?
Right.
And oftentimes I warn people who meditate and who because everybody I talk to, I want to get deep into meditation. I'm like, listen, be careful of this thing called nirvana.
Right.
Nirvana. What's nirvana? Well, nirvana is the most blissful feeling. It's actually the indescribable feeling, right? It's a
Right.
bliss that feels so pleasant. It's literally indescribable. Like it make your best day feel like your worst day. You see what I'm saying? So, but when you're in that state is addictive because it's so peaceful, it's so tranquil, right? Everything is so clear. You get enlightenment there. And so once you reach that state and then you go, oh snaps, I can do this, I can do, you go into it again. The more you go into that state, the less this physical life become appealing to you. Because you realize, well, why do I keep dealing with all this bull crap out here when I can just be stuck in my cocoon in here?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But then for those like myself who've actually been through those cycles, right? You see how that's detrimental as well, cutting yourself
Facts.
from.
You
So
don't go
now you
absolute with
yeah,
any of that stuff.
balance
Right.
is
You don't go full of extreme on it. Right. Right.
yeah.
So
So
much to say about that part. Becoming
mhm.
I will hear you out, brother. But I'm gonna add to what you're saying.
No, you good. You good. Pop in there, brother. Hop in there.
So when we deal with absolutes, and I'm
Yo, I'm
gonna
out,
use my brother's
guys.
context.
I holler
Uh,
at
for-
y'all later. About to fall asleep, yo. I'm out, y'all.
All right, brother.
Okay,
All
for
right,
sure,
brother. I
brother. Have a
greatly
great night.
appreciate you.
Appreciate you, brother. Pretty much, man. You run a risk of becoming ungrounded. And
Mm-hmm.
so the Kabbalah goes into that. If you run up that tree of life too fast, trying to master the different sephirot, the different branches or whatever, as you attempt to arrive at Kether at the top,
Yeah.
if you go up too fast, you'll mess around and disconnect, and your feet will leave the ground, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
You'll become ungrounded as a resulting of you basically worshiping spirituality, and
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
you'll create a cycle. You'll actually become in a risk of becoming disconnected. You don't belong in the physical world, and you
Mm-hmm.
just float off in this house that you've built in the sky. Now, some say neurosis or pre-neurosis. This is like pre-psychotic, pre-schizophrenic. Become neurotic is like a pre-schizophrenic state of mind. Then you'll
Mm-hmm.
build a house in the sky and you'll visit it, but you'll come back down to 3D occasionally.
Yeah.
Now, when you if you still can't get it together and ground yourself out and don't go absolute with anything that you've learned, So you can't negate. You do have a physical body. You're not just all spiritual. You know, we're not just totally physical. You just go absolute, get what I call separation, and you separate your mind from your body, all this other shit, which you get into schizophrenia, where you basically become self-divided against yourself, all this other cursed ass, ignorant ass shit. And that would be you doing that. You know, obviously you're not
Oh
listening
yeah.
to your teacher. You're not listening to the ancient sages. You're not listening. You know, it's a lot of things, a lot of rules you're breaking, right? And so clearly, right? Clearly, if you become clinical with that shit. So, but this person has become clinical. And so now they built this house in the sky. And now once they become schizophrenic, they actually live in it. We live in an imaginary house. Once you get to that point, you in trouble. You in a
Yep.
lot of trouble. You in a lot of trouble.
Listen, I got a personal story, right? I'm deep in my meditations, man. Deep in my meditations. And one day, I meditated for 3 days straight. And to me, it felt like fucking 45 minutes to an hour. But it was literally 3 days straight. And the only reason why I know it was 3 days straight is because when I came out of my meditations, my sister was knocking on my door. And I went open the door. She was like, "Nigga, where you been at? We've been trying to get in the house for 3 days, and we thought you wasn't here." And I'm sitting here like I was in the house. Oh, I just woke up. Like, you woke up, you've been in here asleep for 3 days today. But the downside of that was I was sleepy, hungry, thirsty. And at first, when I would go on long meditations like that, I wouldn't understand why. Like, yeah, man, I be super charged and I come back and I'm emotionally charged, I'm energetically charged, but my body is weak.
Right.
And I'm young. I'm 19, 20, 21 doing this. So I don't know. I'm like, oh man, I'm just go lay down, take a rest, wake up, go. And I didn't realize until later in life, so I was like 27, 28, till I realized, like, bro, it's because, bro, you meditating for like 6, 7 hours, bro, and you not eating nothing, you not drinking nothing, you not getting up and using the bathroom, you not stretching your muscle, you literally sit in this one position all day long. So I'm like, dang, I do gotta get up and start, you see what I'm saying, working my muscles out, hydrating myself, and things of that nature. So, and I say that just to piggyback off of what Sadiq was saying, when you become an extremist in one or the other, right? It feels like the emotional boost, the energetic boost you get is outstanding. So it feels like you're doing something, but in the long run, you're really hurting your physical self because you've detached from this physical life because it doesn't feel good to you anymore. The only thing that feels good to you is nirvana. I want to sit, like he was saying, in that peaceful castle all damn day. And my
Yeah.
bad for profanity, y'all. My bad.
Yeah. Facts, bro. Facts, bro. We have to stay grounded. And for those, if anybody's into that, if anybody's dealing with that, I mean, you don't have to say anything on this call, or if you know anybody else. Um, Best way to ground yourself out is to eat a hamburger or something, or go listen to some fucked up ass music like rap music. That'll ground you real fast. That's gonna clash against all your spiritual
Mm-hmm.
that's gonna clash against every spiritual principle. That bring you down like a rock. Eat you a pizza and shit. You got that clean diet going, eating organic. You probably growing your own food to some regard. You're going to farmers markets.
Mm-hmm.
You go to McDonald's. You know what a ground you. Go get you a Whopper and that
Hey,
drop you like a rock.
you was talking about the Kabbalah earlier in the Sefer, right? The
Uh,
great any
has some
practitioner
sex,
knows
has some
about this, right?
physical sex to do it too. Yeah, or
Uh-huh.
go on a date
Watch
or
this.
right.
There's a practice called the middle pillar practice, right? And it's literally a grounding practice. So you go outside, you take your shoes, your socks off, you stand
Right.
in nature, in a natural grass or dirt or wherever you are. If you buy water, you could go stand in the lake, river. And you stand there, right? And you just inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. You see what I'm saying? Become essentially, right? Vibratorily connected with everything around you. And that right there keeps you, man, listen. That's another energetic practice that when you've done with that, man, you feel like you just came back from a chiropractor. You feel all loose and it's
Right.
feel like you done smoked 10 blunts, got
Right.
with a chiropractor. You like, shoot, what's next on the agenda?
Yeah. Yeah.
But see,
Yeah.
these things, I'm gonna land my plane with this if I may, Brody. But see, these things I could talk about, and I'm very confident when I say this. These things take practice to actually know about and talk about. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? So this is how I know who are practitioners and who are not practitioners, because practitioners can talk about these things, right? The hard journeys they went through. If anybody ever told you, they ever say that, oh, yeah, I know about the middle pillar ritual. Oh, I got through that in a couple days. Nah, they lying. I know they lying because I had to restart the middle. Man, 40, 50, 2, 3 months. I'm still doing the same thing. Still repetition is key. You see what I'm saying? And that's where a lot of people fall short of that is they don't have the discipline to keep repeating the same thing. Because they feel like, oh well, it ain't doing nothing. I've been meditating for 30 days now and I ain't getting no money. Well, of course, because you're meditating for money. Like, I don't know. It's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
These are when the conversations, see people talking about space and what happened before the Big Bang. These are when we take the conversations beyond those points because that's called shadow work. And listen, you're afraid to look in the mirror. I know you ain't never do no shadow work. And people look at shadow work like it's something bad. You know, people
Right.
just they're like, oh, well, shadow work, that's demonic. Nah, man, that's
Right.
working because here's the thing. People want to be successful in life. And so they believe that if I want to be successful in life, I have to change all the negative things that I see within myself and that other people see within me. When that's the total misconception or perspective to go about it. What you do is you become one with that part of you that you don't like.
Right.
You get used to it. You have conversations, right? You and in my term, because it was a rough journey, I had to tame that part of me that I didn't like.
Right.
And so when you do that, then we get to what we could say the grounding, right? Because now we're at peace within oneself. So even how and this is what to me when religious people say, I don't know why y'all do the meditation and y'all do the
And
chanting.
can I check this out, brother Humble?
Go ahead.
What happened? We got these guys. We got these kind of guys too. Right now we're going from mundanity to dark shadow work and going through the dyad, and then we die and come back. What happened if we decide to get halfway there or somewhere along the lines and then want to come back? So you know what? Nah, you know what? This is getting a little too heavy for me. Now here we got to do shadow work. You know what? And I started some shadow work, but I think I'm gonna go back to being mundane. What you
Yeah,
think happened to cats like that? You ever know anybody like that?
all the time. Listen, I come from a
Fuck.
whole
You
planet
get fucked up.
people like that, man.
Fucked up. You
Oh
not
yeah,
ever severe. Once you go into it, you can't take the glasses off. You gotta keep on
oh
going
yeah.
with that. You run the risk of getting fucked up.
I done
Mm.
seen people man, start out Christian, dive into some occult and esoteric knowledge, and
Right.
now they are the Dark Lord or the such and such. We're not
Right.
going to do that no more. But it again, like you said, they messed up
Right.
because they can't go back to being Christian because of all
Right.
they found out
Right.
about Christianity. But they can't keep doing this because they know it's bad for their internal. They just know it's bad for their internal essence,
At
right?
least they think so. Given
Man,
their more methodology. Yeah, they got
yeah,
fucked up methodology.
so
Yeah.
these are the people that are stuck in what I like to call a state of limbo. Right,
Right.
they stuck in a state of confusion. They don't know
Right.
how to. But that's why I just said peace, peace. Here's the thing about the Bible that Listen, y'all always hear me bang on the Bible, but I do give the Bible credit because it do have some words of wisdom. Although stolen words of wisdom, might I add, but words of wisdom nonetheless. And words such as peace be still, right? Because when you understand what stillness truly mean, right? And we don't mean just simply standing in one spot or not moving too fast, but when your mind is tranquil, man, clarity, situations in your life, man, you be stuck in a crazy situation and you go, you sit down and you clear your mind, man, you wait a minute, why am I here? I could just do this. I can just da 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 da. Okay, this is why it's always good to have great people in your circle, honest
Right.
people in your circle. So
Right.
when you losing yourself, they can be right there to pick you right back up. Hold on, brother, it's not you. Come on back over here. Come on back over here. You
Yeah.
know what's up,
Yeah.
Cop Draco? What it do? What it do? We got some
Yeah.
people in that
When you go
comment.
online now, yeah, they got on here the thing now is to go online on YouTube videos, YouTube sites, and all the other similar sites. Open your chakras, all of them. Open all the motherfuckers at the same time. To what?
Mm-hmm.
Just open them to the
Mm-hmm.
entire universe and
And it's
everything
not even
there
about.
within. Can you imagine? Can you imagine opening your entire mind to the universe to whatever? You know what kind of shit is out there, man? That'll tear your ass up.
Hey,
See, and
listen. You
someone
know
just
you
open your mind. It's all about opening the third eye. Open your third eye to what? They don't
right.
never tell you that. They just open up your mind. Just open up your shit, man.
And see, that's the
No,
crazy thing,
notice mental
brother.
illness is at an all-time high,
Mm-hmm.
partially because of that.
But see, here's the funny part: when people talk like that, again, that's how you know the practitioners from the non-practitioners, bro. You see what I'm saying? Open up your, like you say, you don't open up your chakras, you balance your chakras. We don't work towards um being bad. We work towards balance.
Right.
And so when we understand that, that's why, man, Sadhguru. Thank you, Brody. Let me do the shout out for us real quick. My man Copper Draco in here supporting. I love the engagement. Love the engagement. Love the engagement. Look, man, if y'all haven't already, thumbs up the video. Like, share, subscribe. Hey, listen, big shout out to the brother A1. Big shout out to the brother Sadiq Rob, the brother Roy Chess, for
Shout
hanging
out,
in there.
brother. Shout out to Humble Mystic, man, and the rest of the panel on A1, man. We're putting them together since day one, man. We resonate on here, man. We building and exchanging, and vice
And
versa.
listen,
So
it's gonna go beyond because what we talking about, this is called practice. So it's gonna go beyond this, right? We're gonna start like a lot of people use the term creation. And I would actually debate this. I actually gotta think about that. I probably would actually debate this. But a lot of people use the word creation. I feel more comfortable using the word manifestation. Here's why. Because when we use the word creation, we're implying that we are creating something new out of nothing, which we know that's not what happened, right? We
right,
literally know this is not what happened. So when we put it in proper framework, what we're doing is we're taking anything in life, we're taking something from this realm, which I personally call the thought realm, right? This realm of existence. We know it's a realm of existence because we can experience it, right? We also know it's a realm of existence because we can bring things from that realm to this realm through a process in which we call alignment. Now, what is alignment? Alignment is focus on the thing that you're trying to bring into this realm. So for some people, it may be a brand new car, right? And so some people say, yo, I want a red Kia. And then the next day be like, yo, I just seen the new Jordans came out, man. I'm about to go spend $250 on these Jordans. And then the next day, yo, I seen this hottie, man. I want her, so I might go take her out on a date. And then the next day, hey, yo, that dirt bike look tough, man. I'm about to buy that dirt bike. And here you are 4 months down the road, seeing all these other things you want, neglecting a thing you first wanted, which was a red Kia. And now you 4 months and like, yo, I ain't got no car. Yeah, you ain't got no car because you wasn't focusing on getting the car. That was your initial focus, but because you didn't have discipline in your thinking, you couldn't take the steps to guide yourself to that car. I used to think that there was a quote out here. I used to think that I just had disdain for this quote. And it is a quote that say, there's nothing in life that's impossible. And I used to really hold disdain for that quote because I'm like, sure, there are. I can come up with a billion things that's impossible. But then when you take your ego out of stuff and you really sit down and you analyze and you got to get humble, like my name, Humble Mystic, right? Then you realize, nah, that's a factual quote. There's literally nothing impossible. Anything you can think of,
right,
you can have in this world. Anything. The biggest issue is people don't know how to align with it. They don't know how to bring it from that thought realm to here. And that's because there's been a teaching called the Enlightenment movement who've just been teaching this pseudo speaking things into existence, which the whole thing is not pseudo. The way they teach it is pseudo. And here's why I say this. Because we know words carry vibratorial frequencies. We know words carry power, right? But there's in no reality which you're going to be able to speak things, stay still, and then things happen. No. You personally have to go and put in the work to align with what's going on. A lot of people in life are scattermined. They don't know which direction they want to go. And then later on in life, they find themselves in deep despair spaces and they wonder how they got there and they're going in circles, right? And this is, let's not forget, this is why they're being religious. This is why they're Christians and Hebrew Israelites and Muslims. They're going in a circle. They just don't know what it is. I know it's something more. I know it's something more. I just can't get to what's more. And that's just because you haven't sat down and you haven't taken the time to speak with yourself. Kevin Gates, one of my favorite rappers, said, hey, I talk to myself. All geniuses talk to themselves. Because me and brother A1 talk about this a lot. Self-reflection is very important. Very important. And that's the issue with a lot of our brothers and sisters. They got big goals and big dreams and they trying to get somewhere. They're just not taking the proper steps. Now, brother Humble Mystic, what's the proper steps, right? We talked about meditation already. Okay, cool, fine, dandy, right? But let's talk about focus. Focus on what? Focus on your awareness. What we call this, the conscious community. Focus of your consciousness, right? When you understand that you can become aware of something, and that once you become aware of that thing, you can now bring it into being, then, and here's the key. The only thing you need to do is focus on that thing that you want to come into being. You know, I actually, self-reflection, I actually had this conversation with myself, right? I'm like, how come every time I want to do a physical project out here in the world, I fall short? But when I'm playing a video game, I get through it. And that's because that's where my focus is. I was sit up 18 hours, no sleep, playing a video game just to beat the game. But when I wanted to first start my public speaking career back when I was 21, I wouldn't spend 18 hours practicing on that. And so when you put your priorities in a proper context, in a proper spaces, then you can get to where you need to get, and you can do the things you need to do, and you can have the things you need to have. It's not a matter of who's rich and who's poor, right? Who's showing favoritism, who's kicked it. It's a matter of where's your focus. If your focus is on the next man, then it's not on a goal. And if it's not on a goal, then you're going in the wrong direction. Point blank, period. You feel me? And that's what all of this is about. When we talk about life, and see, this is my thing too. This is how I know when I'm dealing with politics, right? Because it's one thing to have a conversation about life, right? Or what happened before the Big Bang and how did life get here? Da, da, da. But when we start talking about life, waking up 7 o'clock in the morning, had to go to work, right? And now you got to deal with angry customers. You got to deal with angry bosses. You got to deal with dogs that don't like you. You got to deal with angry people on the road. You got to deal with everybody that's not in harmony with you. And then everybody that's not in harmony with you tell you to suck it up and deal with it, because that's just how life is. This is what we're talking about when we talk about life. How do we survive those things, right? How do we go, right, to the corner store in a dangerous neighborhood and not have to worry about, situations happening? How do you avoid those things? I live in Baltimore, Maryland, man. Hey, if I can give our nickname, our Baltimore Murderland, right? And so I've always had to practice that type of mental protection when I walk out these doors, because people around here really drop like flies. That's no hesitation. That's no exaggeration. They really drop like flies. So now, how do I avoid that?
How
Right?
many people would you say, humble, you knew that passed since 2020 to current, that you've known personally that passed, and or people that you knew that knew people that passed that you would
You said
say?
how many people do I know?
Yeah.
Bro, I ain't even got enough hands and fingers. It'll take my 2 hands, your 2 hands, Roy Chest 2 hands,
Wow.
one 2 hands.
I ask everybody that, and everybody said the same thing. That's wild, bro.
Yeah.
That's
And
wild.
I mean, and listen, when you say that past, I'm not just talking about past in their sleep. I'm not just talking about, just some slight thing, heart attacks. No, I'm talking about done in with the hammer on some random joint. You see what I'm saying? Hop out one day, bop, 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 bop. 2 children, 3 mothers, one crackhead.
Right.
I'm talking about those type of just every day waking up like that.
Right.
And so I was a kid. I had to go to. I lived in the projects as a kid. So imagine walking to school through a shootout. 13 years old, walking to school through a shootout. Now I know in the project I was from, Perkin Homes, number one rule: don't run, because if you run, now you're enemy. Or we don't know if we're shooting and they shooting and you're running. We think you one of them, so we're gonna shoot at you too, because we don't. You see what I'm saying? So the best thing to do is stay still, get low, go high. You see what I'm saying? And so here I am walking, bang, 1 block away from the house. You pow, 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 pow. Ain't no cars around. The lifeguard that left, she not even at the corner no more, right? Everybody on the cars, they just zoomed off. I'm out in the middle of just the projects and they just shooting. I'm just standing there. What goes through my head? What should have been going through my, because what was going through my head was just a regular Tuesday in the projects. But when you put that in retrospect, what should have been going through my head as a 13-year-old child walking to school, had to deal with that. The fact that I was desensitized to that at 13 is an issue. So how do grown me heal that past trauma of young me, right? I realize that I don't have to stay in those environments. Those environments, right? We've all heard of the saying, birds that flock together, birds that fly together, flock together. That's what it said, right? And so there was a change in my life. There was a point in my life where I had to say, bro, I don't like this life. And so great at sports and things of that nature, but it was just, this is actually the time where I actually started to get into YouTube and watching information on YouTube, right? The Phil Valentine's, the who else? The Professor James Smalls, the Ashwell Quasies. Those people used to excite me, bro. I used to couldn't wait to come home from school to watch Ashwell Quasi presentation. You see what I'm saying? So I could write it down in my notebooks and go to school the next day, ask my teachers about it. And from there, I was like, well, why? And as I'm growing up in that life, of course, once you're in that environment, you still have people, hey, bro, come hang with us. Da, da, da. In my mind now, why come hang with y'all to do something? Now, see, I'm starting to evolve in my thinking, if I can use that word, right? Why come and hang with y'all to create this balance in my life so something negative can happen to me when I can sit right here and learn and gain positive life skills so I can build something for the future? My homeboys didn't understand that process. They thought I was corny for that. What? Man, niggas down the street, man. You want to stay up here and you want to watch YouTube all day, man. We going down the street. Okay. Dang, man, you heard what happened to little Ray? Yeah,
Somebody said in the comments, "Hey, homeboy, you was doing this at 13."
13, bro. Listen, I was out here, man. And that's why I am the way that I am today. Because I've been through some things. I've had the privilege to learn and grow and really see what life is for what it is. And once you see that, then you really start to lose all of these human propagated ideas, bro. Like you start to lose, once you understand or grasp the concept of what life really is, you start to lose the concept of a God. Why? Because then you really understand that everything is an interworking system, right? So when everything is an interworking system, right? We were saying, people were saying like the commissions believe something had to push to make the motion, right? But when we find out that there was no beginning of the motion in the first place and the motion was always there.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
AKA the causeless cause.
The cause of the cause. There you go. And so these are the things that and that's why I even equated quantum to Terrence Howard, right? Because I rock with Terrence Howard. Hey, let's not honestly believe that they not giving Terrence Howard a fair shot. My man got 97 pads, bro. I don't care how wrong you think his math is. He got 97 pads. You should at least give him a fair shot for that, right? But the way they doing him, and the scholar in me understand, right? But the intellect in me is like, nah, this is unfair. The scholar in me understand, because it's like, bro, if your work is based off of flawed premises, right, then your work is flawed off rip. You can't take something flawed and then use it and then say it's true because you used it. And so they're looking, they were checking him out, but they were saying, oh, bro, you using Walters and all of these other guys who are not credible or not looked at as credible, say had good ideas and brilliant ideas and they're known for things, but the things that you're citing, they're not credible for. And so we can't take your work serious if your work is based off of these people. You see what I'm saying? And so that's how I look at it for quantum, right? We get the idea that quantum is going for. However, if your work is based off of a flawed premise, then your work is flawed.
No, that's not always true. That's not always true.
Yeah.
You can accidentally be correct, right? You might just be accidentally correct, right? My premises both be false, but the conclusion could be true.
I don't.
So you gotta.
You could. Work. Can you give me an example of that?
Yeah, there's examples. I mean,
I
formally, I could say the Earth is. Let me see. The Earth is shaped like a triangle. All things that are shaped like a triangle are planets. Therefore, the Earth is a planet. I mean, one of the premises is definitely false. The Earth's shape is like a triangle is definitely false. But the conclusion accidentally happens to be correct. So the conclusion is a true statement, but all of the premises are not true. Right? So it does happen. It doesn't happen often, maybe, but it can happen.
I would just call that an illogical fallacy.
No, there's no fallacy.
Just be like, what?
There's
what?
no fallacy.
All triangles are planet. Where is this? You know. And see, this is I want to say this really fast. This is something else about being a practitioner of life, right? We deal with reality, and so this is why philosophy and mysticism is the closest we get to when it comes to this spooky stuff, because we deal in things that make sense. We don't deal in things that don't. If it don't make sense, we're not going to sit there and say, oh yeah, well that don't make sense, but I see how that makes sense, but it came from something that don't make sense. No, if it don't make sense, it don't make sense. So you can't turn 2 + 2 into 9, no matter how hard you try.
No, but you're only attacking it from a content basis, right? The argument can still be, again, it could be valid or invalid with a false premise. So like that is a thing that has been spread on YouTube, right? There's no such thing as a faulty premise, so you get rid of the entire argument. The person might accidentally be right.
I see what you're saying. In those cases, I'll give you an example, if I may, and I really want you to follow me. So in those cases that you're talking about the difference between 1 + 3 = 4 and 2 + 2 = 4. Right? Plus 3 + 1 don't look like 2 + 2. We don't assume that we're going to get the same answer, although when we do the math, we get the same answer.
No,
that's
not
totally, hold on one second. That's totally different than someone, let's use your planet analogy, right? That's totally different than saying all planets are rocks, right? And so if all planets are rocks, then Jupiter is not a planet. It's like, where did you get that from? What? That don't make any sense. That's not how we classify those things. So we don't really delve in the realm of, when we're speaking about life, just existence on this reality plane, we don't dive too heavy on a realm of hypothesis, right? What if? Well, because you could say, what if anything, right? What if 10 million planes fell from the sky, right? But that doesn't equate to realism.
And no, so science uses it though. Science and math uses what if a lot. They use if statements a lot
because they're talking about, they're speaking in hypotheticals. This is why there's something called hypothetical science, right?
Yeah, but the hypothetical, you're taking it as a fact though, right?
No, you're taking hypotheticals, right?
It's not called hypotheticals.
Hypotheticals are things that should be proven. That's what a hypothetical is. Things,
but that's not what they're doing. That's not what they're doing. No, every if then is not a hypothetical. That's not correct.
I'm not saying every if. Wait a minute, you twisted my words. You know that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, what you're talking about, you're saying, okay, well, they use language like that. You're speaking hypothetical language in math and science. I'm telling you that when they do that, they're coming from a theoretical point of view. They're not coming from a realistic point of view. This is why we have imaginary numbers. This is why we have half numbers and whole numbers. These things don't exist in reality. This is why it's theoretical. Now, when we dealing in reality, right, we can number things, right? 1, 2, 3. Okay, if we take 1 away from this 3, it makes 2. If we do this, if we do that. Now, there's some things that we can do without objects that doesn't make any sense to math. What do I mean? Right? If you have 4 solid balls, right? We can count 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And no matter what we do to those solid balls, there'll always be 4 distinct solid balls. Now, let's take water, for example. We take 4 droplets of water into a cup. We won't be able to count those 4 droplets of water because those 4 droplets of water are turned into one small puddle of water. That right there defies all of what math talks about.
No, the context has changed.
Right, but that's because it's theoretical. It's one is dealing with realism and fluidity, and the other deals with hypotheticals or theoreticals, as we like to call them.
No, but that's not correct. You can't always determine that by the language, because science uses if then a lot, just like math does.
Right. We're not saying that's not what I'm. Listen, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when math and science use if then, right? Or like I was saying before, hypotheticals or theoreticals, right? They're coming from a place that's not realistic. When we dive into realism, right, it often shatter a lot of what goes on in these hypothetical spaces, right? Superfluidity, for an example, I'll give you a great example. Superfluidity, right? It literally smashes everything fluid or what are they called? Chemists. It completely baffles anything they know about fluids and conductors. And so why am I bringing that up? I'm bringing that up because it does not operate like anything that they are used to seeing. And so although it doesn't operate like anything they're used to seeing, it's a real thing. It's not a hypothetical. But that's different than if I say, let's say I give you 3 bananas, and then I take 1 banana away. How many bananas are there? Depending on how tricky I'm being with it, you'll say 3. I'll say, nope, there's 4 bananas. I didn't say how many bananas do you have. I said how many bananas are there. Just because I have 1 in my hand and you have 3 in your basket don't mean there's 3 bananas.
Yeah, but that's about context and language.
Exactly. Now, why is context and language important? Hold on. Why is context and language important? Context and language is important because when we're using theoreticals and hypotheticals, then we can bring in equations that are illogical but somehow make sense. We can't do that within realism because if it's you can't falsely make a building structured. It don't work like that. If you don't have the proper beams in the proper places to support the walls of the building, it's not going to be stable and it's going to collapse. And so that's the difference between hypotheticals, whereas though you could just say, well, I could put anything right here and make anything up and it'll work out. And realism, whereas they'll say, oh, everything needs a proper process, because if it's not done properly, it will collapse.
Yeah, but you're missing inference rules, right? So when you make an inference, there are literal rules for it. And we know that because they've been around for like 2,000 years or more. So when I was talking about inference rules like modus ponens, modus tollens, material equivalence, they have been around for a long time. So we know them to be true. They're truth preserving. So when I make an inference, I can give you the inference rule I'm using. So you don't have to question whether the conclusion is true or not. I mean, you can do it. You could check it because that's what it's, when I show you a form of proof, that's what it's there for. Right. But it's different from attacking the content of an argument. Right. That's what I was trying to demonstrate. There's a difference. There's a debater can use. If you're attacking someone's argument, you can attack the content and you can attack the formality of it, which is what I was doing with quantum truth. And the form was correct, but the explanation wasn't correct. Right. So I was showing him that the argument form is not proper the way he's describing it. What he wrote down is not what he said. So that's the issue. He was saying something, right, and then the what he's writing down is two different things. So right, he doesn't understand the formal aspect of arguments.
No, me and you could totally agree. Again, that's why I compare him to Terrence Howard, because we get the gist of what he's trying to do. He doesn't know the language well enough to do what he's trying to do. We can agree there.
I would say he doesn't understand the ideas, not the language per se. I would say ideas are more important than the language, because he could use any language he wants, but the ideas are not being grasped.
I mean, that we can't say that, because the idea me and the brother Sadiq was just talking about existence always existing, right? And we was talking about the fact that, right, because there's a constant vibration and because there's energy, right, which can be created nor destroyed, right, then we can say that existence always existed. But
no, you just use the if then. Hold on, you just use the if then right there. Is that a hypothetical?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Are you saying the first law of thermodynamics is wrong?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the statement you gave.
How can that be a hypothetical?
Because you said if then. You use the then if then.
How can listen? If I'm talking about this is the same thing I was just getting into. Dang, I was just talking about this earlier. If I'm using a factual, I was just talking about you earlier about this. If I'm using a factual equation to prove this, then how is that hypothetical, right? So if I'm saying that energy can never be created nor destroyed, and the first law of thermodynamics proves that how is that hypothetical?
No, it's not it's an axiom. It's not something that you can prove. There's no way to prove that. It's called an axiom.
So are you saying there's no way to prove if energy can be created nor destroyed? So are you saying that people don't smash particles together in a particle accelerator?
Yeah, but they're taking something that already exists to do it. So they're not proving if you have nothing.
But here's the thing. Hold on. When they smash together, right, the energy and force in which they smash together doesn't vaporize the two particles. In fact, right, it spreads, it multiplies and combusts and create new particles, right? And what does those new particles spread out within the density of? The same force of magnitudes, the same two particles smash. Now, why is that important? that's important because it lets us know the very same thing I was telling you about. You can't destroy energy, right? And you can't make energy. The energy that these two things collided and smashed together and created, it just transverberated into the atmosphere that was around it. How did they know that? Because of where the other photons and things was displaced. So they didn't see that the energy was created or the energy was destroyed when they smashed together, right? Or that the two nullified one another. What they seen was they spread apart in the quantity of the forces combined. So what does now that goes back to the first law of thermodynamics. What does that prove about that law? It proved that energy, right, which was there, cannot be created. Which, if we seen these particles smash and they'd have just evaporated, that's what we'd have seen. And it cannot be destroyed, what we just saying, and it cannot be created, which means when these particles smash together, right, with their force, they would have generated a larger force. Because we didn't see that and we only seen the amount of force that impacted during that time, then we know there was no energy added, right? So then what happened to the energy? It just transmuted into a different state. Oh.
So then why can't God exist for the same reason?
No, God don't exist for that reason.
Why can't he?
God can't exist for that reason because there's no proof that God, if we're talking which God first? Are we talking Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob God?
Yes.
Okay, so because in that story, right, there's a God who is said to create man and woman, right? And then he created Adam and Eve in the garden, right? There's no proof to any of those stories. There's no proof that Abraham it's because that story, the story that is based off of, if we're using the Bible as the equation is faulty. So again, the premise that you're trying to use to support the equation is also faulty.
No, not really. Your evaluation is faulty because you're using science, and it's not. Maybe this is not about science. But I'm using this as an example because I could say the same thing that the atoms that you're smashing together, they had to be created or they already existed. And if those things existed, then other things can exist also. You're saying that other things can exist without having a creator. So why can't God have an existence without being created? See, this is the formal argument.
Because
it's not about the subject.
Here's the thing about that, though. Because we know existence have something that is verifiable. If God existed, hold on, it would be verified.
That's not.
You
that's
can't
not
keep using. Hold on 1 second. You can't keep using the lack of evidence argument to try to verify God. You can't keep saying, okay, we don't have no evidence of God, but if enough of us say God exists, then why can't God exist? That's not how things work.
Nobody's saying that. And you use another conditional again. You said if something exists, then there will be verification. You use another one. Is that a hypothetical?
No, that's a fact.
How is it a fact?
It's a fact because we know that everything that exists in this ramification, right? I can't even say everything, but what I will say, everything that we know that's a thing that we've put our hands on, we've verified it.
Right. So good thing you cleaned it up because you can't say about everything.
No,
right?
And the reason I can't say everything is because we haven't put our hands on everything.
So that means God is one of those things
that's not explored. That's still
right. So that means God is one of those things that maybe you didn't touch yet. Maybe you haven't found a way to discover it yet.
No. Well, here's the thing.
Why are you ruling it out?
The reason I'm ruling it out, right, is because when I had a conversation. Watch this, Roy Chess. See, I used to be a pastor. I used to be a youth pastor, right? And I used to hear this voice, right? And I used to think that this voice was God. I never ruled it out. This voice was God. Until one day, again, self-realization. This is why self-realization is so important. Sit down and have conversations with yourself, right? I had a real serious conversation with myself. And I was honest enough with myself to say, what you think you're hearing is not the voice of God. It is you. It is you who've created a separate persona because you can't handle the fact that I am and I am are one. So you have to look at us as two distinct, because if you don't, then it breaks your logic of how two people could be talking or two voices could be talking, but then there's nobody here. But then let's sit and think about this. Is it really crazy if you're sitting and talking to yourself and you're gaining enlightenment and realizations? Do it have to be the voice of God for me to have an enlightenment and a realization? Can I not just be in a relaxed state and start to think about things in a new way that I haven't thought about them before?
Yeah, but you got to rule it out. You have to rule God out.
Well,
you can't
now, here's the thing.
There could be other things. Of course, it could be other
Here's
things.
the issue about God. Here's the issue about God. The biggest issue about God, and I'm going to be 100% honest with you, Brother Roy Chess. The biggest issue about God is God cannot exist without reality, but reality can exist without God.
They found a model. But see, but again, what you're missing is the same formal argument that something comes from nothing. So whether it be God or whether it be some scientific explanation, you still have to explain what created that thing that caused it.
I know you've been on here long enough for me to say, what's up, Cloud? You've been on here long enough for me to say that, of course, nothing didn't come, or everything didn't come from nothing. Of course, there was always something. The thing you call nothing is actually something. You just don't know what to call it.
No, I'm calling it God. I'm calling it God. You're just saying a different word for it. Right? So if you're saying a singularity, and I'm calling it God.
Here's the issue I have with you. Here's the issue I have. So I call it existence. You call it God, right?
So now, we're just talking about the same thing. Yeah, we're talking about the same thing. We're just calling it something different.
No, we're not talking about the same thing. Hold on, because the thing you're talking about ordered people to go slaughter other people. The thing I'm talking about never did that. The thing I'm talking about never sent people to go die at their mercy. It never talked to nobody on no mountains. It never done any of these things we see in this mythological book. The thing I'm talking about as existence itself, right, is something that is logical, something that is practical, and something that is necessary for life to even do a thing or a process in which we call exist.
Well, whether you believe it or not, you've already admitted to a creator.
Of course,
you've admitted to the form and function and necessity. You've already admitted to its realness, that it must be there, because for let's just take your energy example, because you used energy is not created or destroyed, right? But energy is lost, and at various times energy is not accessible. You dig what
energy
I'm talking
is
about?
dissipated, not lost.
Yeah, same thing. Lost.
No, it's not the same thing. Lost means it ceases to exist.
No, that's not what lost means.
Oh, go ahead. You're gonna put your own definition on lost. Go ahead.
No, that's just not what lost means. You dig what I'm talking about?
When
And
you lose,
what the whole point is, the whole point is that you've already admitted the necessity of the being. And like I was saying, that energy that is in a sense what they try to say nothingness or lost in a sense, turns right back again to potential energy in the places where there seems to be nothing. Right? It's just potential energy.
What you call nothing
so
is
that
not
would
nothing.
lead to the fact, hold on. That would lead to the fact that there must be a creator, because all things must have always been, are always are, and will always be.
No.
Right?
No,
if there is no beginning, no ending, and then in your idea of how energy works, it must work in a system. So if it works in a system, that means somebody had to think it up. So if you,
no, that's not true either. Why?
I mean, there ain't no mathematics that
because
I've never seen. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I've never show me mathematics without a mind.
Show you mathematics without a mind. 2 plus 2.
So mathematics
I'm saying our whole entire existence.
No, mathematics was not created. Certain forms of mathematics were created, but mathematics
was discovered.
As of a thing was discovered.
Yes.
Yeah, by a mind. For them to exist, they must have been thought up first.
No.
Well, hold on.
They had to be created.
When we're talking about let's bring this down simple. Let's talk simply about countable things. Countable things can exist whether a human mind is aware of it or not.
That's called being objective.
Exactly. So countable things in reality is objective. That's not a subjective thing.
But guess what? In reality, there are things that are objective and things that are subjective, things that are seen and things that are unseen, correct?
Yeah.
Well then, you just admitted the point. There must be a thing that makes both.
No, because
if not, okay, one second.
This
Answer
is
this
why
question.
I don't use the word creation and I use the word manifestation. Because we know from the unseen emerge the seen.
Yeah, but
So
even the unseen.
Hold on 1 second. When you say it must be both, right? No, right? It clearly states, we know this, right? That just because we can't see particles, just because we can't see,
they're still tangible.
They're still there. So
they're still not only there, they're tangible.
Hold on 1 second. I got you. I'm land my plane with this. The things that we can't see can still bring about manifestations, emergence of different forms of we call existence.
But you must admit, and you just agreed, that the things that we see are created from things we don't see.
What that gotta no, and I never said created. I say emerged from.
Manifested. You can use the semantic words. You can use all the semantic words you want to. We're talking about that's creating.
That's not creating.
It is.
How can you create something that's already there?
Because its final form, it's not its first form.
That ain't got nothing to do with it being already there.
To do with the
that
unseen.
Ain't got nothing to do with it being already there.
You're just being illogical right now, and you're trying to push an idea on me that doesn't align with what's in reality. In reality, outside of your made up idea of what's going on, things that are seen are made up of particles and elements that can't.
Well, actually, that's false because there are no particles; they're waves. Oh, you don't know that the atomic structure.
There's no particles.
You don't know that the atomic structure is wrong. You don't know that because
you just made that up.
I didn't just make that up.
No,
show me the quantum structure of the universe is incorrect.
The atomic structure is.
Show me the atomic structure is incorrect.
I'm about to show you right now. Hold on.
Yeah, he's right about that. Humble is right about this. At least the one that they show in the textbooks when we were kids, like the electrons orbiting around a single neutron and stuff like that. That's incorrect in reality.
So you're
think
saying
physicists have
atoms
shown
are
that.
incorrect. So they
The way they describe the kids is incorrect.
Wait a minute. The way they're described to kids. What do you mean?
When we grew up, when we learned about atoms,
right?
You know, the diagram, that little animation with the electrons going around. You know, I think Humboldt's going to bring it up. He has to show that example because that's not how it is in reality.
You talking about protons and electrons?
Yes, the image that we see as kids when we first learn about atoms and the electrons are rotating around the nucleus, that is incorrect. That illustration is incorrect, is what I'm saying. Right?
What is it then? What is an atom?
So it turns out to be turns out to be waves and particles are vibrations of the waves.
Atom ain't a wave.
The particles are. The things that they're made of are vibrations of one of the forces.
So you're saying an atom is a wave?
The particles are. The components are. Right. So the electrons.
And what are its components?
There are no components.
There are no components to atoms.
Right. So the things that we learn as kids, that they have the electron, they have the proton, they have the neutron. There are different words for that in physics, right? Or quantum physics. They're called quarks and strange quarks, and I think there's a lucky quark or something like that. And then there's
I think atoms were found before quarks.
No, but right? quarks make up atoms, right? These are smaller than atoms. These are what atoms are made of.
But an atom ain't just a wave, though.
I get what you're saying, right? I get what you're saying, but they're saying that everything is part of the fields. Part of the
quantum field. I understand what you're saying, but in fact, that's not true. An atom has both.
Keynotes. There's the classic picture of the atom that we've all seen, with a little nucleus at the middle, and the electrons are what look like little planets, almost just like a little solar system, right? So that's a very comforting picture. We've seen pictures of the solar system. Here's the atom. They look very similar. And as it turns out, that picture of the atom is complete BS. It's not what atoms really look like. And you know that because an electron zooming around an atom would give off light. All of the light that we see here in this room is from electrons jiggling up and down.
No, it's not.
And therefore, the electron would spiral into the middle. It would lose energy. It's not a stable configuration. There's a classic picture of the atom that we've all seen, with a little nucleus.
Hello, friends. Smell good. 2 bombs dropped in Japan in warfare by the United States.
Want a job in data analytics?
So the universe is not made out of atoms. Every textbook is wrong. Every chemistry class is wrong. Your high school chemistry teacher was wrong in saying that everything's made out of atoms.
Want a job?
Most of the universe is not made out of atoms. Every textbook is wrong. Every chemistry class is wrong. Your high school chemistry teacher was wrong in saying that everything's made out of atoms.
Do y'all know who this is?
I know who that
is.
That's
Oriyama.
Okay.
What? Oriyama. What?
He said Oriyama.
Ain't that his name?
No.
Oriyama. He's a
Machikyo something.
Yeah, I think he's a astrologer.
Hikaru. His name is Hikaru.
Yeah, Hikaru. The other person was Sean Carroll.
Yeah, so he is a physicist. Listen to him.
Listen. No, most of the universe is not made out of atoms. Every textbook is wrong. Every chemistry class is wrong. Your high school chemistry teacher was wrong in saying that everything's made out of atoms. We now know that most of the universe is made out of dark matter and dark energy. Dark matter makes up 23% of the universe. Dark energy makes up 73% of the universe. The stars make up 4% of the universe. And what about us? The higher elements. We make up 0.03% of the universe. Most of the universe is not made out of atoms.
Most people think an atom looks like this, but in reality, most people think an atom looks like this, but in reality, it's more like this at least according to quantum physics. According to the quantum model, electrons don't orbit the nucleus in neat, predictable paths like planets around the sun. Instead, their positions are better described as fuzzy, fluctuating clouds of probability. We can't pinpoint an electron's exact location within the atom, but these electron clouds give us a good idea of where an electron is most likely to be hanging out at any given moment. Most people think an atom.
Look, the best. Atoms are the basic building blocks of matter and consist of protons, neutrons, and electrons. Protons and neutrons are made up of even smaller particles called quarks held together by gluons. Atoms are the basic building blocks of...
Let me bring up one other important manifestation.
Only
of
if it
quantum
makes us
mechanics.
understand it better.
Well, then that's what
Hopefully
I'm
you
saying.
will.
Not if it
That's not
regresses.
wrong.
The chair.
That's what I'm
is-
saying.
That's all because of quantum mechanics. You know, you've seen the picture, the cartoon of an atom, right? Little nucleus in the middle,
Right.
electrons orbiting around like
Right.
it's a solar system. That can't be right. Because if you get a bunch of atoms together and they're all little solar systems, they would just squish together. It's not right, that picture, because the electrons are not little point particles moving in orbits. They're wave functions that have a size.
Whoa, what he just say?
Let me bring up
what?
one other important manifestation
Only
of
if it
quantum
makes us
mechanics.
understand it better.
Hopefully you will.
Not if it regresses.
The chair is solid. That's all because of quantum mechanics. You know, you've seen the picture, the cartoon of an atom, right? Little nucleus in the middle,
Right.
electrons orbiting around like
Right.
it's a solar system. That can't be right. Because if you get a bunch of atoms together and they're all little solar systems, they would just squish together. It's not right, that picture, because the electrons are not little point particles moving in orbits. They're wave functions that have a size. They take up space. And the reason why the chair can be solid is because the wave functions of electrons in the atoms take up space and don't want to overlap. And therefore, matter has extent.
Yeah, I don't think nobody is because well, at least I understand how it works. You know, it's both. It's atom. It's like a wave and a particle,
Oh,
right?
not
And the
a-
electron that's like surrounds a nucleus. We understand they don't orbit like a planet, right? They exist as just standing waves of probability.
Yeah, so
Right?
it's not a particle.
So how is it
Particles
a
are
particle?
waves.
Right.
Are waves on a field. Now, if you listen to Sean Carroll, he would say there are no particles. The only reason why we say particle is because we measure them, and every time we measure them is because there's a vibration. That's how we detect it.
I'm not denying that, but because we both understand you can't pinpoint exactly where an electron is as a solid particle. You can only
There are no solid particles.
define where the wave. Listen, you can only kind of define where the wave function indicates where it most likely will be.
Do you know why that is?
Yes, because it takes both. It's both parts.
No, it's
a-
because there
listen,
is no particle. It's a
both
wave
atom-
function.
Listen,
There are no particles.
Brother,
There are no
brother,
particles.
just let me get it out and then you can debunk it.
Okay.
Bro,
look.
I'm saying it's both wave and particle. Go ahead.
No, there is no particles. That's what we're telling you.
No,
There are no
right.
such thing as particles. They're not literal.
Well,
So-
what is wave particle duality?
That's a misnomer.
Okay, it's a
wrong.
misnomer.
Yes,
For what?
because the only way you
So what you're talking about is
Because
double
what you
split.
because what
Hold
you
on,
saying
double
is
split,
hold on a
yes.
second.
you can't have both things because if
No, so
wait,
what you're
listen.
talking about is the observer effect. And the
No, it's
observer,
not.
hold on
No,
one
I'm
second.
not.
Yes, it is. You're
It's
talking
not.
about the
I'm
double
not.
split experiment.
Yes.
I understand the split experiment, but I'm talking about
Okay.
wave. Listen, I'm talking about wave particle duality. Why
That's a
am I talking
misnomer.
about that? Because it's the very foundation of quantum mechanics.
No, that's a misnomer.
It is.
No, it's not. Sean Carroll will tell you that a particle is just a vibration on one of the fields. One of the
So
four.
why do we have
four
string
fields.
theory?
String theory has been debunked.
because of wave particle duality and quantum mechanics.
No,
Yes.
no.
Because at the microscopic level, right? Strict rules of solid things break down and matter behaves in different ways. That's what y'all not understanding.
Bro.
No, these guys are the experts, bro, not us.
Everyone
had a PhD. Every one of those guys had a PhD.
The brother just said, hold on once, I got you. What you're not understanding is what the brother just said a moment ago when he said the only reason why we have solid things is because what we call particles are actually standing waves that don't want to overlap. And those standing waves take up space. Now,
that's exactly what I said.
Actually, just like Roy Chess said, the dude said too, the reason they call them particles is because they can be measured. But we know that they are waves. So then why are you talking about a duality?
Because there is a duality. You're trying to act like there isn't.
There isn't.
These standing waves do call. Listen,
we know what they're called, but it's a misnomer.
Standing waves are probabilities. They're not for short things.
No, they are short things.
They're not
because
for
every
short
field,
things.
every field.
This is why they call them electron clouds. You can't pinpoint because you can't listen, Roy. You can't pinpoint exactly where they're gonna be.
Right, because it's like a grid paper, and you can't pinpoint where it's going to be. It's everywhere. That grid paper is everywhere.
Where it's at, because first of all, it's moving.
Yes, because you don't understand what a field is.
It's random.
Yes, and it's on a field. That's why you can't predict it. The field is everywhere.
And guess what? They exist as what? Standing waves of probability.
No, it's a probability because the waves are everywhere. That's what you're not understanding. Everywhere it vibrates, that's where you see that particle. That's where you see the atom. You won't, if it doesn't vibrate, you won't see anything. Get it? Like without vibration, this world wouldn't be here. Yep. Nothing would exist.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and that is a theory, right?
No,
but
yes,
just like the brother, hold on, just like that is a theory. But just like the brother said, right? This is the opposite has been proven, right?
Nothing
through the two slit, through the opposite has been proven through the two slit experiment. That's called.
I just said that. You said no.
Listen, no, I'm answering what he just said, not what you talking about. I'm answering to what he just said because it actually shows the opposite.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Because when researchers shot that intact atom through a barrier through microscope through microscopic slits, the atoms do not hit the detector like a bullet. It don't go straight.
That's where you're wrong. Wait, time out. See, you don't even know. Hold on. So the double slit experiment, which is called the observer experiment, right, tells us that when the things that we call particles are observed, right, they act like things of mass and they choose what slit to go through when they're observed. When they're not observed, they completely act like waves, ignoring both splits and creating more splits on the other side, looking like a solid wave. So that's what the observer effect is. It's letting you know that what you're trying to measure can't truly be measured because what was you saying? What was Roy Chess saying? What was I saying? They're unpredictable. That's what that experiment talks about. It don't talk about it being no particle. It don't talk about it. It talks about it changing formations when observed and when not, or changing actions when observed and when not observed.
Well, what they actually do is, well, you just don't know what you're talking about because that thing that you're calling the observer thing is actually called atom interferometry, right? That's what you don't know. And instead of just doing what they want to do, they actually interfere with each other and create a classic wave pattern.
No, that's not correct.
It's like ripples in a pond overlapping each other.
You're not understanding that when you observe something, you're contaminating the scene, basically.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
No, you're not.
Because when you're not observing it, it behaves differently, like he said.
How do you know you're not observing it? It's exactly
Hold on, 1 second. I'm about to play this video.
Listen,
the result.
hey, listen, hold on 1 second. All right, listen. The atom literally travels through slits as waves of probability. That's all I wanted to say. And to prove
something in the world,
that,
from a tree to a school bus to a bird, you know that regardless of where and when you observe the object, it will remain the same. However, what if I told you that the time and manner in which you looked at a bird would affect its appearance? That might sound absurd, but absurdity is to be expected when it comes to the quantum realm. The field of quantum mechanics is primarily founded on 3 pillars, beginning with quantized properties. Quantized properties give the position, speed, color, and other properties of a particle that can only occur in set amounts of time and instants. This is in direct contrast to the field of classical mechanics, wherein everything happens in a smooth and continuous spectrum. The second pillar of quantum mechanics refers to the particle nature of light. At first, the notion that light could behave and be classed as a particle was disbelieved, as it ran against the well-established principle of light's wave-like nature. However, the particle nature of light introduced a fundamental unit representing tiny energy packets, known as quanta. The third and final fundamental pillar of quantum mechanics is the wave nature of matter. The wave-like nature of matter was independently proposed by 2 scientists around the same time, despite being oblivious of each other's work. Louis de Broglie and Erwin Schrödinger used 2 fundamentally different mathematical approaches to prove this wave-like characteristic of matter. When a quantum observer is watching, quantum mechanics states that particles can behave as waves. When behaving as waves, electrons can simultaneously pass through several openings in a barrier and then meet again on the other side, a phenomenon known as interference.
Oh, you didn't.
However, this can only occur when no one is observing it. Once an observer begins to watch the particles going through the opening, the obtained image changes dramatically. If a particle can be seen going through one opening, it is clear that it did not go through the other opening. In other words, when under observation, electrons are forced to behave like particles instead of waves. Thus, the mere act of observation affects the experimental findings.
No, you ain't just say
to
that.
demonstrate
You
this
said they
phenomenon.
wasn't particles. Stop your bluffing, Cosmo.
You said they wasn't even particles.
Hey, Roy Chess. Now, who just gave the more accurate description out of me and Cosmo when we just listened to this video?
You did.
Thank you so much. You be bluffing, Cosmo, bro.
No, it did. The video said there's a difference between observed and non-observed.
I hear the echo chamber, and it's all cool. But everybody also heard me say that the atoms literally travel through the slits as wave of probabilities, and they overlap each other
when they're not observed.
And then we also heard you say, we also heard me say that they act like waves and like particles, that they both. Right.
No, one is observed and one is unobserved.
And then hold on. And then see, the thing is, right, you just talking about some made up stuff in your mind. I can just show you in reality that light or an electron can act like a wave, like when it's traveling through the double slit barrier. It's acting like a wave. But when it's being measured or striking a detector, it acts like a particle. It leaves a single tiny dot on the detection screen, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's contaminated.
So that's all I'm saying.
When there's an observer, it changes.
That's all I'm saying. You're trying to make science say something that it's not saying.
But hold on. What you're missing is the very act of observing the experiment changes the experiment.
Listen, it doesn't. Because they just told you, just like I doubled down and told you, when you watch it, it acts like a wave, but when you or a particle, and when you're not watching it, acts like a wave, or vice versa.
That's right. So that means it matters. That means if you're observing it, it behaves one way. If you're not observing it,
so guess what? When you're not observing it, guess what? But and guess what? You can look at both sides and it act the same way on both sides.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
What's being said here?
When
it's a particle, it's not the same. If we do the double split experiment and you look through the left side and I look through the right, when we both look at them, right? When we both look at them and we look at the wave,
right? They're like in the split thing, it's gonna look like a wave. It's gonna act like a
Not
wave.
when you're observing it. No, not
yes,
when you're
observing it. That is how you complete the double slit experiment. You must observe it.
No, that's not it. So what's the part where they're not observing? What does it do then?
What I'm telling you, what they say is it went only when you observing it. When you observing it,
both. They said both cases.
Listen,
you only heard one?
Listen. The other side will act like a particle. But what I'm telling you is
it acts like a particle.
But what you're not understanding is what you're limited. Hold on, what you're limiting yourself to is that both can be looked at the same time, and they will both act like a wave.
No,
and when you look at one will act like a wave, and the other one will act like a particle when you're not looking at it.
No, that's not correct.
That's exactly what he just said. We played it, thing. Replay what the brother just said.
You can only see particles when you're observing.
After I replay this for the night, my guys. So after I replay this, we're gonna get into our closing statements, and then we shot.
Yeah, I'm done.
When you observe something in the world, from a tree to a school bus to a bird, you know that regardless of where and when you observe the object, it will remain the same. However, what if I told you that the time and manner in which you looked at a bird would affect its appearance? That might sound absurd, but absurdity is to be expected when it comes to the quantum realm. The field of quantum mechanics is primarily founded on 3 pillars, beginning with quantized properties. Quantized properties give the position, speed, color, and other properties of a particle that can only occur in set amounts of time and instants. This is in direct contrast to the field of classical mechanics, wherein everything happens in a smooth and continuous spectrum. The second pillar of quantum mechanics refers to the particle nature of light. At first, the notion that light could behave and be classed as a particle was disbelieved, as it ran against the well-established principle of light's wave-like nature. However, the particle nature of light introduced a fundamental unit representing tiny energy packets, known as quanta. The third and final fundamental pillar of quantum mechanics is the wave nature of matter. The wave-like nature of matter was independent.
Did you catch that, Cosmon? He said instead of particles, they are packets like quanta.
Right? Like photons.
Right. So they're not,
because that's what produces light.
But guess what? Proposed by 2 scientists around the same time, despite being oblivious of each other's work. Louis de Broglie and Erwin Schrödinger used 2 fundamentally different mathematical approaches to prove this wave-like characteristic of matter. When a quantum observer is watching, quantum mechanics states that particles can behave as waves. When behaving as waves, electrons can simultaneously pass through several openings in a barrier and then meet again on the other side, a phenomenon known as interference. However, this can only occur when no one is observing it. Once an observer begins to watch the particles going through the opening, the obtained image changes dramatically. If a particle can be seen going through one opening, it is clear that it did not go through the other opening. In other words, when under observation, electrons are forced to behave like particles instead of waves. Thus, the mere act of observation affects the experimental findings. To demonstrate this phenomenon, researchers built a tiny device, less than 1 micron in size, possessed. To demonstrate this phenomenon, researchers experimental findings. Thus, the mere act of observation affects the experimental findings.
Thank you.
Thus, the mere act of observation affects the experimental findings.
That's what I've been telling you.
Thus, the mere act of observation.
Yes, I did. I said you gotta. You know what? Y'all just want to be right. Y'all got it. Y'all got it, man. Y'all win. Y'all win, man. Y'all just disingenuous, man. I see that y'all gonna be disingenuous and cognitive dissonant.
You reverse the roles here,
especially when it come to me. You did what I'm talking about. I guess y'all got a thing against me.
No,
right? That's exactly what I said. You must, when you look at it, it act like a particle. It act like a wave. But when you don't look at it, it act like a particle.
No, see, that's wrong.
Exactly what I
when
said.
You look at it, hold on, Cosmos. See, even that's wrong. when you look at it,
nigga, I'm saying what the thing say.
You not okay. Oh, I'm
when
not.
It look like a wave.
I'm
and
not
then
going to say
when you're
anything.
not looking at it, it look like a particle.
Okay,
this is what I'm saying.
Okay, you sure you want to put $25 on it?
Listen, my thing is,
listen.
My whole point was that I just argued with you. The whole point that I just argued with you is that you must observe it.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Do you want to put $5?
Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Even saying nothing.
Do you want to put $5 on the fact that I said that? Listen, you said when you observe it, it act like a particle, and when you don't observe it, it act like a wave.
Yeah, nigga.
I'm
whatever,
saying,
man.
hold on 1 second.
I'm saying when you look at it, it act like a wave. When you don't look at it, it act like a particle. If I said it backwards, forgive me, nigga.
So now he said if I said it backwards.
Yeah, no. But what I'm saying is the point is you must observe it. When you observe it, it act one way. And when you're not observing it, it act the other way. But guess what? When you observe both sides of the slit, listen, nigga, when you observe both sides of the slit, they act the same, silly.
No, they don't.
Man, shut up, man.
He talking when you observe.
If you're looking at one and it acts like a, if you're looking at one and it acts like a wave, and the other, if you're not looking at the other.
To demonstrate this phenomenon, researchers built a tiny device, less than 1 micron in size, possessing a barrier with 2 openings. They then sent a current of electrons towards the barrier. The observer in this experiment was a tiny electron detector that could spot the presence of passing electrons. The very presence of the detector observer near one of the openings caused changes in the interference pattern of the electron waves passing through the openings of the barrier. When the observer's capacity to detect electrons increased, or when the level of the observation went up, the interference weakened. When its capacity to detect electrons was reduced, the interference increased. Thus, by controlling the properties of the quantum observer, scientists managed to control its influence on the electron's behavior. The observer effect may be hard to wrap your head around, but it's a key aspect of understanding the mysterious world of quantum mechanics. If you enjoyed this video, we'd love to hear from you in the comments.
And so what this let us know is what we call solid physical things are not merely solid physical things. We're gonna end the night with that. I don't know why I say live 48 minutes. I know we've been live for way longer than 48 minutes, which is crazy. And I don't know why I say we live for 48 minutes. That's crazy. But I'm ready to shut it down. We're gonna end it off with brother Cosmon, and then we're gonna go to brother Roy Chess. And I'm gonna drop everybody the panel. I'm gonna close it down with the song. I'm gonna give my breakdown, of course. And then, we're gonna end it off with that. Go ahead, brother Cosmon.
Y'all breathe in, let that light in, man. I'm Cosmon. I'm out, y'all. Peace.
All right, Brody. All right, go ahead, brother Roy Chess.
Well, thank you for the platform. Thanks to A1. Thank you for being the host and the creator of the platform, so we can even share knowledge and share information. Also, thank you for having Humble as a host. So far, you've been doing well. I think you've been getting compliments on your hosting abilities.
I appreciate it.
So we just have to do more things like this where we could share information, and I guess decorum has to still be there. I guess there's going to be slip-ups from time to time. Nothing's going to be perfect, but I think this is a better platform than some others.
And that's why me and brother A1 is so lenient on y'all, because we know the arena get hot. So
there are other platforms that would be worse than this.
Yeah.
So I think this is one of the more common ones. The other ones are more chaotic. So yeah, it does get out of control a little bit, but the other ones it's like way more often. Mm-hmm. Here is just a little bit. I don't even think it's 50% here.
Right.
It's probably 30%, 10%, 20%, something like that. Like, and then, other places they're cutting you off, muting your mic and doing other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't even get on some platforms unless they know you, right? A1 doesn't know me, but here I am, right? Like I could have been a jerk. I could have been all kinds of things, but he has an open platform, and I think he has a good sense of character.
Yeah.
I think you do also. So I think that The only downside is that, you know, you might make the wrong prediction, right? You think the person has a good character, and then you find out over time the person is not what they claim to be. They were fraudulent, you know. So yeah, that's gonna happen, but I don't know. I haven't seen it too much yet. Do I expect it? Yeah. But I haven't seen it too much. So unless you or A1 can tell me that it has actually happened, I think that this is a good platform that compared to the other ones. There are other platforms that give you a chance also, but I think he's one of the most open ones. This is one of the most open ones without knowing me from a can of paint, you know. And we can disagree, and we can still be civil, and you know, go from there.
Oh yeah, and that's what I appreciate about you, brothers. Man, listen, you know, whatever we leave in the ring, we leave in the ring. Outside of that, you know, we are brothers in arms. I just wanna, as always, first and foremost, was you done, brother Roy Chess?
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
I just, before I go into my spiel, I do want to give number one. I want to show a little of these, give a little word from our sponsors. Then I'm gonna go into our spill. Let's get into it.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down.
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects. Leon.
Go ahead, Roy Chess. I apologize. All right, he tried. I apologize about that, brother Roy Chess.
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects. Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
I apologize about that, y'all. My Wi-Fi just went out on some crazy stuff. Let's get back into it. So I'm sure y'all had this. Let's get it.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
All right. All right, y'all. I apologize. We out of here, y'all. We out of here. I appreciate y'all so much. My Wi-Fi just tripping out right now. See y'all tomorrow. See y'all next time. We appreciate y'all engagement. Appreciate brother A1, once again for giving us this platform, for giving us this opportunity. Me, brother Roy Chess, brother Cosmine, brother Suave Boss, amazing job in the ring tonight. Brother Quantum, again, another amazing job in the ring tonight. I just want to remind our brothers and sisters to, when we in this space, I know sometimes it get tough, sometimes it get heated, but always remember to keep your composure. Is nothing wrong with bringing your energy. Is nothing wrong with, speaking passionately, right? But we want to be mindful of the vernacular that we're using. We want to be mindful of the homonyms we're using. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we try and be professional. I do want to let everybody know that I will be coming out with a game show. It's going to be a little bit like Jeopardy. I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be something that's really going to push I want to add myself in the group, but it's really going to push us so-called scholars to do more research, off of these platforms in their spare times, in all kinds of, fields. I'm going to dive more into that tomorrow, but I appreciate y'all. Keep up the engagement. Without y'all, this is not possible. We coming back tomorrow. Humble Mystic out. Let's get to it.